to order. It's 9:01 a.m. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance this morning, led by Supervisor Dirks.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. And can I please have a motion to approve the certificate of posting?
Also move.
And a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now we're to the portion of the meeting for presentations and recognitions, and we have one presentation today, and that is for proclamation designating October 16th as Walk a Mile in Her Shoes Day in San Benito County. It's going to be presented to Community Solutions and Emmaus House, and Supervisor Dirks will be presenting that today.
I'm excited to, is this on? Yeah. Okay. I'm excited to do this presentation today because I was on the Emmaus House Board for 4.5 years. I worked with Patrice, and I was here when we started it. So this has come full circle for me, and I'm really excited to present this today and that you're still continuing it after all these years. So the proclamation is, whereas a Walk a Mile in Her Shoes Day is intended to draw to the fact that rape, sexual assault, and intimate partner abuse remain serious issues in our society. And whereas, in addition to the immediate physical and emotional costs, rape, sexual assault, and intimate partner abuse may also have associated consequences of post-traumatic stress disorder, substance abuse, depression, homelessness, eating disorders, and suicide. And whereas no one person, organization, agency, or community can eliminate rape, sexual assault, or intimate partner abuse on their own, we must work together to educate our entire population about what can be done to prevent rape, sexual assault, and intimate partner abuse, support survivors and their significant others. And whereas Walk a Mile in Her Shoes expands the dialogue between men and women on gender differences, gender relationships, and gender violence, and for men to publicly demonstrate their courage and commitment to preventing gender violence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors designates October 16th, 2022 as Walk a Mile in Her Shoes Day in San Benito County. And then if you'd like to say a few words about the event. Okay.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Dirks, and appreciate having Supervisors Kalmeski and Tiffany here, who have also participated in our walk in the past. I brought about some sample shoes because typically, Mingo, you don't have anything in my size. And I think, Sheriff Taylor, these would look really good on you. Anyway, it's a community event, lighthearted, family-orientated. I invite everybody to come and participate. You can bring your own shoes. We encourage women to come and support our men walking. And it's a great place for children to learn about that our community does not tolerate violence in any way, and that we do have resources to support anybody in their needs. Hey, Lydia? And Lydia's representing Community Solutions. So thank you all.
Thank you both. Great event and great organizations.
Thank you. I was telling Supervisor Gonzalez that the first year I did the high heels, and I don't know how the hell you women do that. The next year I was smart enough to do flats, and that was much easier, and I didn't snap an ankle. So anyway, congratulations.
And I'm going to back up a moment. I've been told our clerk has an announcement for item C.
Good morning, Chair and board members and community members. I just wanted to give, a reminder on public comments. If you'd like to make a comment here in chambers, please provide a speaker card and indicate which section you're commenting on, whether regular agenda, consent agenda. There's space in the cards to indicate that. And if you are speaking at the podium there, please speak into the microphone so that we can hear you. Thank you.
All right, department head announcements. CEO Espinoza, do we have any announcements?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, we do. I'd like to invite up Abraham Prado. He's from our RMA department.
Thank you, CAO Espinoza. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. Good morning. Abraham Prado, Assistant Director of Planning and Building Services, RMA. And RMA is here to announce one item here is that the Planning Commission has agreed to set up a tentative a special Planning Commission meeting for the Bell Commercial Use Permit and for the certification of the EIR for October 12th, Wednesday, October 12th at 6 p.m. here at the board chambers. And so depending on the determination by the Planning Commission on October 12th, then there's a 10-day appeal period. And depending whether or not the item is appealed, the determination of the Planning Commission is appealed, then staff will be here before you at the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors of October 25th to inform you of that decision. And if it were to be appealed, then at that point we would try to set up a meeting with the Board of Supervisors to hear the public hearing for that appeal, if it were to be appealed. If it were not to be appealed, then the Planning Commission's determination would be final at that time. So that concludes our announcement for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. Appreciate that. I'd like to invite up Steve Loop, our interim RMA director.
All right, good morning, Board of Supervisors. We have 3 announcements from RMA in addition to Abraham's announcements. The first one is regarding recycling effort at Vets Park that is free to all residents. It's this Saturday from 9 o'clock to 1 p.m. You can bring mattresses, batteries, or paint and turn them in and recycle them for free to all residents. So we encourage you to come down to Vets Park on Saturday. Second announcement is pertaining to the election signs that are popping up all around town. Couple things to note. One, election signs should be installed on private property, please. And when they're installed on private property, please do not enter that property and damage any signs, because we're having some issues with that. So one, please place the signs on private property with permission from the property owner. And two, it's called trespassing. Please don't trespass on private property if you're not allowed to by that property owner. And the third announcement is regarding an update that the board required on speed cushions, speed bumps, and installation of those around the county. So the board 2 months ago approved $400,000 for traffic calming and studies and perhaps some speed cushions to be installed around the county. And so I'm going to give you the first 11 streets that are being studied with the help of the City of Hollister. And they are the River Parkway near the high school. We're going to be trying to install a couple speed cushions there. Loma Vista Avenue, Arlington Road, Buena Vista Road. We have a few in Santana Ranch, Park Trail Drive, Sage Drive, and Sunny Slope Road. Carr Avenue, we'll be studying some speed attenuation over there, and we're also actually working on some road reconstruction at Carr Avenue. So after the road reconstruction is finished, we'll be looking at some speed attenuation and actually have a meeting with the neighborhood there. Payne Road, El Toro Drive, Enterprise Road, and Hospital Road are the county roads. And then one road in the city that we're going to be forwarding a request over to the city is Steinbeck Drive. So one thing to note with those roadway segments, first we do a study, and most of the time the study will say, yes, their speeds are too high, we can install some speed cushions, but there's no guarantee that that will occur for those roadway segments. So those are my announcements for today. Thank you.
Can I ask a
Thank you, Steve.
question for clarification?
Yes.
Okay, so once we do the study, and then it's determined that the speed bumps are necessary, what's going to be the approximate cost per speed bump?
It's, I'd say per segment, let's say there's 2 per segment, it's about $30,000 for 2 speed bumps.
Okay, and then you mentioned, I listed them, I picked up 10, but you mentioned Buena Vista Road. There's so many on Buena Vista Road already. How can you add more?
Well, the ones that have been installed to this point have been within the city limits. So as you're exiting the city and entering the county towards 156 on that reverse curve,
Okay.
there's a lot of speed and some things that have been hit.
So past
and
the 2 90-degree angles?
Correct. Yeah, there'll
Okay.
be some speed cushions installed there. And for anyone that's listening, well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
Supervisor.
that was my question. And then going back to your October 1st event, the recycling one, do the participants have to register in advance? I thought I saw that online that they're required to register in advance, what space was limited for the recycling.
It is preferable, but it's not required.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, that's it.
Great.
Thank
And then
you.
one quick thing for those folks that are listening or here in attendance, if you have another roadway segment in your neighborhood where you have a speed issue, you can email me at sloop, SLOUPE @cosb.us, and we will consider studying your road segment as well. So thank you.
Wait,
Steve.
when,
Supervisor Dirks?
thank you. So one quick question. So the roads you all mentioned, the studies have been completed.
No, we're just beginning them.
Okay,
We're
you're just beginning.
Yeah, we
Okay, so I just wanted that clear to people.
Yeah, because we just received the budget allowance approval about a month ago.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for the clarification.
Bet.
And I just want to thank staff and Steve for bringing attention to this issue. It's been a big problem for a number of years, and traffic calming, speed bumps, speed humps, whatever we can do to slow some of these people down. And it's particularly getting bad on these back roads. We've talked about this. And I want a special thank you for Carr Avenue. Have had a lot of residents very, very concerned on that road about speeds and wanting speed controls of some kind on that road. So I know it'll be much appreciated. Lastly, the neighborhood meeting, if possible, can you let me know when the time and place? And I would enjoy coming up to that as well.
Absolutely. It has not been scheduled yet, but
Okay.
yes, you'll definitely be.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'd like to invite up Gracie Rodriguez out of administration.
Morning, Chair, Board Supervisors, and members of the public. I would just want to provide a quick update on a grant that we received from the California Office of the Small Business Advocate to oversee a California micro business grant program here in our county. We received approximately, we were able to serve approximately 26 businesses if they applied and were deemed eligible. We received about 24 applications. Out of those 24 applications, we were able to allocate or deem eligible 10 applicants, and we allocated $2,500 to each of those applicants that were deemed eligible. Total amount awarded was $25,000 out of the $65,000. Unfortunately, we will be returning the remaining amount back to the state. And with that concludes my report. If anybody has questions, I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you, Gracie. Appreciate it.
I have a quick question, Gracie. So the returning to the state part, this is just, we just didn't get enough businesses that were eligible as obviously.
Yes.
Is there anything we can do 11th hour to, is there a deadline that's already
Unfortunately, there is a deadline. The deadline was for November. I believe it's in November. We would have to return the amount that wasn't allocated. And unfortunately, applications, we did do 2 rounds. Each of those rounds, the application period has to be open for at least 4 weeks. And given the timeline now, we can't do another round.
You have to do 4-week
Yes.
period?
That was one of the guidelines that was stated by the state.
Okay. It goes without saying, it's just
Money.
really unfortunate. Our
Yeah.
community's businesses are losing out on, quote, free money. I know it's not free money, but, and I know we did outreach. So
Yes.
whatever we can do as a team to sort of regroup and what could we have done more of? I would just really appreciate that going forward on something like this. And I see Supervisor Tiffany wants to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to add that I know that this came up several times in the Economic Development Committee meeting, and that, of course, that was our concern is, we don't want to leave money on the table. And I know, I think both Supervisor Hernandez and myself who were on that committee were, well convinced that the last time this came up that the county really went over and above in terms of trying to reach out. They did 2 rounds. They did everything you could think of, tried to, go out to, the farmer's market to reach out to businesses there. I mean, there was a lot of outreach. So it is very frustrating, but I'm pretty well convinced we did everything we could.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Just one quick question. You said that each business got $2,500. Was that the maximum allowance per business?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and also I might add, part of the problem is that any business that already had received money was not eligible.
Correct.
So that ruled out a lot of businesses that we had already, helped out previously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gracie, for all your work on that. I'd like to invite up Dulce Alonso, Management Analyst in Administration.
Good morning, Board. In front of you, you have information regarding the county. It went out this weekend, but we're really proud of the material and just information on this upcoming election. We created a website also with all the links to resources on it. So if you haven't got it, let us know. And it is available on our website. And there's a few in the back if anybody would like to look at them.
Thank you, Alonso. Dulce, and as well as our ad hoc. Like to invite up our Sheriff Eric Taylor.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, members of the board. You all know me well enough to know I'm not an alarmist, but I do want to bring up what I think is a looming crisis for our community that stems from what's happened over the last few days and what happened at the high school.
Yeah.
Nobody likes surprises, so I'm trying to bring it forward to you now so we can work collaboratively together to figure out a solution. But our staffing levels are critically low. We've been operating at minimums for years, and I know that we've been digging away at that deficit that we've had since 2010, 2011, and I know we're making progress, but we have been operating below really minimums for a long time. The issue that we're having right now is we cannot attract candidates. We've had an ongoing recruitment for lateral deputy sheriff, and nobody's applying to work here. And it's not just us, it's throughout the state. Trying to get people to come into this line of work is difficult, but it's even more difficult for us. So I just want to bring forward that violence is rising in our county. I ran some numbers this morning to include not just the county, but the city of Hollister. Since January 1st, we've had 1 homicide, 14 robberies, 33 assaults with a deadly weapon, 15 drive-by shootings, 34 calls for brandishing a weapon, 87 fights, 13 calls for gang activity, that's overt gang activity that somebody called in calling it gang activity, 2 victims of gunshot wounds, and 18 cases or calls where we've recovered firearms. We had violence at our high school football game on Friday, which was by very young members of our community. That's mirrored, it's not just a Hollister problem, it's a regional problem in this part of California. The city of Watsonville has had violence amongst their juveniles with stabbings and shootings. There's been juvenile crimes of violence in Gilroy. On the same night of us having fights at our high school, there was a fight followed by a chase and a shooting in North Monterey County, which is pretty close to home. I'm just letting you know that I'm going to be coming back to all of you with some ideas for recruiting to attract candidates to our county and to make sure that we're properly staffed. I'm at the point right now where I'm all about collaboration, but everybody is so short-staffed that I can't wait for collaboration anymore. So what I'm going to be doing is redirecting our detectives to be a street enforcement unit for the time being, because if we don't get on top of this right now, it's going to get out of control. But that's going to leave me without a detective bureau for a period of time. So we're doing everything we can to staff patrol at a minimum and go without detective follow-up for a while so we can address the violence issue in our community. And you all know, and I hope this community knows, that I have a very big heart and I'm a compassionate person, and I'm all about intervention and prevention and making sure that we take kids that are in a rough spot and put them on the right track. But at the same time, weapons at high school games, fights with weapons, shootings, it can't be tolerated. And we're not going to tolerate it in our office. And so we're going to have a very tough stance coming up here to make sure we get on top of this. But I'll be coming back to your board with some ideas, and hopefully we can work together to support each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you. Thank you for that update, Sheriff Taylor. My daughter was attending the game, and I actually was dropping her off right when the response of the sheriffs happened. So, of course, I didn't leave. I had to wait and see and make sure she was okay. How many staff did you have on at that time on Friday night?
So it's a strange thing. The city of Hollister has a contract with the high school to provide a school resource officer. However, that contract does not include the football games, which are thousands of people. If you haven't been, I really invite you all to come out to. It's a great time. Friday nights here in Hollister is a blast, but it's thousands of people in one area, and so because the police department does not provide security for that football game, a few years ago I worked with the superintendent, and we have provided 4 deputy sheriffs in addition to their armed security. I don't think they have armed security, but in addition to their private security, we have supplied 4 deputy sheriffs per game. Unfortunately, at this last game, we were only able, because of staffing, illness, and injury, and another issue that happened in our office, we were only able to supply 2, and then our patrol team. So in all, by the time that things were getting a little out of hand, we had 5 deputy sheriffs there, and then a commander was on scene, and then we had the help of the Hollister Police Department. So we had quite a bit of staff there, and then our staff stayed for the duration of the game.
Okay, thank you.
Sheriff, I'm just wondering why the city of Hollister wouldn't be responsible for this. It's their jurisdiction. You know, you're bringing up potentially coming back with some budget issues and looking at staffing in light of what happened at this event. And so I just would come back and say, well, why aren't the Hollister Police Department, if we have deputies there, why is the Hollister Police Department not assigned to a location that's in the city? It's in their jurisdiction. I just don't quite understand that.
So I believe the plan, and I've checked on this a few times, the plan is to annex that area into the city. But as it stands today, the city limit is Nash Road. So technically, the football stadium and that side of the campus sits in county jurisdiction.
So but part of the campus is city of Hollister, part is, and you're telling me that because of that split, even though there's people on the entire campus during the game, that they're just unwilling to?
I don't know what internal discussions they're having. All I know is the school reached out to me to see if we could provide security because it was not in the contract with the SRO. And I felt responsibility of this community to make sure that we had people there for a large event that can attract people from out of town. And so because of that, I have provided, outside of a contract, I've provided 4 deputy sheriffs per game for the last number of years.
Wow, okay. Well, I would recommend that we engage with the city of Hollister as well if we're going to be talking about mid-year budget adjustments and that sort of thing. For me as one supervisor, it seems that the city of Hollister should be a partner in that, and this isn't a criticism, it's just in light of what happened, let's, regroup again and see what we can do as far as, partnering with them, because I don't think it should be all on the county to provide security to the football games personally. That's just me.
Sure.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we do have a few more.
Yep.
Bear with us if you don't
Great.
mind. I'd like to invite up Penny Ring. She's our HR manager.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the board. Henny Ring with Human Resources. I'm just here to give you an update, just a reminder that we are in open enrollment for San Benito County employees for health insurance. Our health insurance benefit enrollment opened on September the 19th, and it goes through October the 14th. All information is online on our website for employees to review the plans and to see if there's any options or changes that they'd like to do. There is 2 plans that have decreased, so that I want to just kind of point that out, that is in the sheets, in the links that we've provided for the health insurance. as well as there are some plans that have gone up as well. So we just ask that employees review it very carefully, and then hopefully they can make a decision on what plan works best for them or their dependents. If they have any questions, they're welcome to call Human Resources, and we can help them out as best as possible. I also want to include that there is a retiree health benefits tab as well for any of the retirees with San Benito County. There's also information online for them as well at this point. All right, any questions?
Supervisor
Thank
Ricks?
Thank you, Henny, for that update and report. How long is the open enrollment period still open?
It's open till October 14th.
Okay, so we got a couple weeks and some change.
Yeah, it opened last week Monday, and it's open through Friday the 14th.
Okay, and I know there are links up on the website. Have y'all considered maybe having, in light of some of the changes, is there some sort of workshop or format like that maybe employees could attend if they were interested? Do you have anything like that?
I don't have any requests on that at all, but
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Again, the office, or the staff here in Human Resources are fully, versed on what information. If they can't find it, they know where to look. So
Okay.
everything's on there, including links to CalPERS, because CalPERS
Okay.
is who does our bundle for us. So.
Okay, all right. And in light of those increases too, is there anything else we're kind of looking at as far as helping mitigate those costs?
I want to go ahead and add, I think
Okay.
Supervisor Gonzalez had asked for that. We're going to be bringing that to our ARPA committee that was directed by the board to evaluate it. So we're going to be looking at the healthcare, and if there's something that the ARPA committee can do for that, we'll come back to your entire board if that's the direction. So we
Okay.
are, so yes, the answer is
Okay,
yes.
because I do understand that there's a couple that are less, which is, really great. But sometimes it's hard if people have certain medical conditions to move. And, and I know you appreciate that and understand that as well. And so my family's been in that position before too. But sometimes it's hard to make those decisions. So I appreciate that.
Again, if anyone has any questions, please call Human Resources.
Okay, great. Thank you for having that open door.
Thank you.
Getting there. We have Tracy and Enrique. I believe Enrique is available. Comment on the homelessness. It's a quick update. As well as we have Calvin to discuss Ordinance 1044. Either one, whichever one's.
Can you see me?
We can hear you, Enrique.
Okay, thank you very much. Enrique Arriola, Health and Human Services Agency. For the last several months, HHSA and the Sheriff's Office has been meeting with Granite Rock to address homelessness encampments and the increased accumulation of garbage and abandoned vehicles along the river from the Hospital Road to the Union Road. There have been 2 outreach efforts already conducted by HHSA, Sheriff's Office, Behavioral Health, Community Homeless Solutions, and Granite Rock. One was held on September the 19th, and the second one was held just yesterday. And the one from yesterday, a 2-week notice of enforcement of illegal trespassing was issued, for 2 weeks. And in addition, there's going to be a 3rd outreach effort that will take place next Monday to continue to share resources offered by local organizations, and also the availability of beds here at the local shelter. Sergeant Penny did provide us an update on the outreach conducted yesterday. There were 12 persons confirmed living on the property that is owned by Granite Rock. There were 18 large garbage dump sites, 9 vehicles/trailers, 2 non-operable vehicle dumps, 3 vehicles that were operational and associated with the homelessness that were living there, and 4 trailers that were all associated also by homeless individuals that were contacted. Granite Rock is working with Hernan Garcia. He is the CEO of CHEER. That's a Central Habitat Education and Environmental Restoration, who is leading the cleanup for this location and working collaboratively with Granite Rock. Our goal is really for the safety and well-being of the individuals and for them to move from the river into the shelter. We currently do have about 13 or so beds available at the shelter, so we do have room and space to accommodate them. Any questions?
I don't think so. Thank you. Appreciate the update. Is Calvin on the phone or on the Zoom?
Hi there. Yes, this is Nick Calvin here with Public Health. Just wanted to give a update on our tobacco ordinance, as well as just to let you know about our boosters. So as far as the ordinance that was passed in August regarding the flavored tobacco ban and single-use electronic cigarettes. So that ordinance now has gone into effect, but we ran into some complications with some of the vendors in town having a hard time getting rid of their product, rather that was sending it back to the manufacturer or selling it. So in order to kind of alleviate some of the serious economic concerns that many of our vendors had in the county, we're able to work with code enforcement as well as our tobacco team here and the vendors to give them a little bit of a break as far as pushing back the actual enforcement of the tobacco ordinance. So we were able to kind of give them until the middle part of October to try and send the rest of their stock back or get rid of what they had in store, because many of them had several thousands of dollars of flavored tobacco that they weren't able to do anything with because it had already been opened or presented to the public, and so they weren't able to send it back to the manufacturer. So we were able to work with those different vendors, and everyone seems to be willing to comply with the ordinance. We didn't see too much opposition once the ordinance was passed, whenever we went out and spoke with all of the different vendors, as well as sending out a letter to all of them, letting them know that the ordinance was going to take effect. So as of kind of the middle part of October, we won't see any other vendors here in the county selling flavored tobacco products, which will definitely be great for the health of San Benito. As well as just wanted to give a very brief update on the bivalent boosters. So we do have the bivalent boosters for COVID-19 available now at the health department, as well as the pharmacies here in the county. That booster is authorized by the FDA and CDC for anyone 12 years of age and older. And we have it in Pfizer and Moderna. So the bivalent booster, it has two different strains or variants within it, the original as well as the more prevalent BA4, BA5 Omicron strain that we're seeing a good bit in our county. So the CDC has kind of authorized this booster to combat the rising cases based off of these new strains. So we do have that available. As I said, anyone 12 years in age and older who has already received their primary series. And so this booster, you're supposed to get it 2 months or later after completing your primary series or your most recent booster. So that is now available. We haven't really seen a huge uptick in our numbers quite yet, because we were just able to start offering it a week or two ago. We had to wait until the state's My Turn system, which is where people make appointments. We had to wait until it was kind of updated with this new booster so that people can make appointments for it. That's happened now, and so we are anticipating a good uptick in people coming in and getting that booster. So we have it available via appointment as well as walk-ins. And then finally, we have flu shots available as well. So the CDC recommends getting the flu shot and COVID shot. You can get it at the same time, perfectly safe to do so. And so we'll be offering flu vaccine as well as it's getting to that time of year in flu season. And in addition, we'll be holding 2 special clinics. We'll promote those, but they're going to be October 10th and 28th. From 4 to 7 p.m. In order for us to be able to get those people who have jobs during the normal 8 to 5 business hours and can't make it to our normal vaccine clinic. And that way that they can come at that 5 to 7 o'clock window and get vaccinated if they need. So happy to hear any questions, but otherwise that's my update.
Any questions?
No question, but a comment. I just want to say thank you, Calvin, for extending that time frame for the flavored tobacco and the the businesses that are trying to deplete their supplies. I know that there are a few emails that were sent to the supervisors, so I thank you for the lenience.
Of course.
I,
Go. Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to piggyback on what was just said about the new vaccines that are out there. I know that a lot of people are feeling a lot better about COVID, but in spite of some of the reports, it's still with us. And I think particularly even those people get mild cases of it, one of the concerns is there's a pretty significant number of people that get a mild case, but then get what they call long COVID, which can be really serious. This new vaccine or booster is been shown to be relatively effective in helping in that area in terms of maybe helping with preventing the long COVID to a certain extent. So anyway, I know I haven't gotten mine, but I plan to in the next week or so. And I would encourage everyone out there to stay, vigilant and encourage them to get this new vaccine or booster. Thank you.
Morning, everybody.
So I just have one more announcement, and then we'll pass it back to your board. I just this is going to be out of administration myself. I just wanted to give the board a heads up that we're getting close to finalizing the behavioral health organizational cultural evaluation. So hopefully we'll get that as soon as possible. We've been pressing hard to move that forward. So we'll be coming back to your board as soon as possible on that. I just want to make sure the board and public is aware of that. Staff has also been taking the direction from your board to look at doing something for our employees, whether it's a barbecue or something else. We are evaluating different options on the administrative side, and we'll be coming back to your board finalizing something. But there's been a lot going on with not very many staff, so we might defer some of this to either a local business to help us out. So I just wanted to share that with your board. Additionally, I was able to attend RCRC. I thought it was a great event. There was some really great insight. There was a SierraTrails.org. It's a nonprofit that spoke about trails and really building up tourism within the northern part of the United States. And I thought that was really exciting. So we'll be bringing this back to our tourism committee to look at that. We have some great trails outlined for us, and I think we can do something similar in our community. So I think that'll be a really good thing for tourism within our community. The other one that was a very long meeting with regards to broadband, and I just wanted to share this with your board. The feds are really valuing and pushing for direct burial or fiber over wireless. Obviously, they realize that there is a fixed wireless element to this, but they're really looking at that as the first primary part of this broadband rollout. And so with that, there has been some concerns locally with regards to that, and Theric Networks actually was denied a designation by the ETC to receive $248 million within our local community. So it's kind of tough, but basically what this means is that it's going to be a little bit harder for rural counties due to the demographics, the actual locations and trees and going underground. It's going to be tough, and it's going to be costlier as well than some of the other urban, suburban type counties. So with that, we're still pressing forward. We have an IT committee that will be discussing this. I just wanted to share that with this board, that we're evaluating and moving forward. We do have a good infrastructure, a good broadband fiber infrastructure that we built out that we're going to look at leveraging for Hankins and other potential partners to be able to move forward. We're also going forward with our going after grants, as I mentioned before. LATA, our California Association grants, is moving forward as well with different broadband grants. So with that, really the feds are looking at infrastructure, one, affordability, and then the digital equity. Those really are the 3 points that were highlighted. And so that was a really long meeting. It was a good meeting. And there was quite a bit more, but I know we've taken a lot of time for department head announcements. So with that, I'll pass it back to your chair.
Question on that one. So with the feds requiring us to do the underground cable, what's that going to do to us as a county? Can we ensure that we get the cable down 156, since that's going to be a new road that's going to be constructed? But what's that going to do to us bringing broadband countywide? Because I know this has been a concerted effort by many people sitting here on the board, and as well as your staff.
Yeah.
But what's that going to do to us? Slow us down, not allow us to facilitate it? What is your input on that?
Yeah, I think it will slow us down as a whole from a county perspective. Just the unfortunate that they've applied for it. They were looking like they were going to receive a pretty large grant. Unfortunately, they were denied at the last minute. So that's out of our hands. We're not the ones that were actually approving that. But it doesn't mean that we can't keep assisting in what we're doing. And that's what we're going to talk to the IT ad hoc committee about, is what our roles are. What is the county's role? What is the city's role? What are the CBO, local CBO role? And so one of the things that we are looking at is to fill those gaps, and really looking at the maps and what Hankins is going to get and what we have already within our environment, and how we can leverage those needy areas. Obviously, to piggyback with that, we're working hard with the library. There's an $11 million grant that we have. I mean, that's going to really help as well, some of the needy folks as well as residents within our community. It's $11 million of laptops and wireless hotspots. That's a really, really big thing for our community. I think 1,000 of them are going to go to Anzar. It's just a tremendous asset for us as well. But it's that middle mile, that last mile piece that we still need to really work on and work jointly together. And that's all I can really say with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me, if I might.
Supervisor Tiffany.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Let me just add that, as Ray has been mentioning, we do have this upcoming IT Broadband Committee meeting, which is actually tomorrow. Supervisor Dirks and myself are on that committee. We're having that tomorrow at 10. It's going to be upstairs at the RMA building. What we're going to do is have a pretty wide-ranging discussion on broadband with many or most of the players in the community, whether it be the library, San Juan Bautista Rotary Club, the high school, et cetera, in terms of where we are with broadband, how we can better work together, be on the same page, all the things that Ray's been talking about. So that's tomorrow at 10 a.m. And I think, again, upstairs in the RMA headquarters. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Cosmic.
Quick comment. I think this is another one. Again, I know you mentioned partnering with the city, but I really want to emphasize that this is just, this is one of those sort of monumental issues going forward in the next several years. And I would really like to see us, once we get a handle on our approach, to really have a serious conversation with the city of how can we partner not only logistically, but of course with funding. I just don't think the county should be strapped with being responsible for something of this magnitude when most of the residents are in the city, and there really is no clearly defined parameters for who oversees broadband and which jurisdictions are, responsible for it. So I would like to see that. And I also would just piggyback on Supervisor Gonzalez, and, we might want to contact Caltrans and just see, whether it's Caltrans or Tyker Construction, and just see what it would take to, if it's even feasible or practical to lay fiber, because we all know there's the dig once policy in the state, and so this would be the right time to consider that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I believe, we have one as well. We have been working with Dawn to actually have fiber laid when they actually put in their sewer line. So we'll have a line that goes all the way to San Juan. So that's a plan as well. So it's just another avenue besides the one that Caltrans is doing, but that is something that we're looking at, as well as other options. I know staff's going out to Southside Road today to look at fiber as well. So anyways, just we're working on it.
And Mr. Chair, if I might add, in tomorrow's meeting, representatives from City of Hollister and City of San Juan Bautista will be at that meeting.
Yeah.
So again, we're trying to get all the different partners, potential partners together.
And just to add, because we want to make sure we're not duplicating efforts, so just to make that very clear, so it's not same money being spent on the same thing, which I'm assuming is your biggest concern, probably.
And I will just add to that, we have been meeting with the city staff, so IT department we've invited them here. We've been meeting with them to evaluate the utilization of our fiber that we have now. So that vendors can come in and put in that last mile or piggyback on it to maybe do a middle mile, depending on the distance and the location. But with that, I think we're all in agreement. It's just a matter of now doing the work and getting it done. So yeah, look forward to tomorrow's meeting, and we'll apprise the board at a later date. That's all we have.
Thanks, Ray. Bringing it back to the board. On to board announcements. Who would like to start?
I can go.
Supervisor
Yeah.
Kosmicki.
I did the annual 3CE meeting this last week. It was all afternoon affair for the policy board, which I sit on. And we have an item later on, so I won't go too in depth, but just a few things. We had a keynote speech by Assemblyman Rivas. A lot of talk about efforts to develop more renewable resources, such as offshore wind and lithium-ion battery storage. One of the biggest emphases was really focusing on having a diversity of resources, a diversity of renewable options, not just solar, not just wind, not just battery power, but having a diverse toolbox. And then there's going to be a significant increase in program funding in the coming year. So I just want to make sure that I know Ray, being on the operating board, is well aware, but I want to make sure our community is getting our fair share of the program money that would come to the local jurisdictions that are part of 3CE. There's a lot of talk about the importance of equity in serving underserved communities, inflation's impact on the projects timing. So there are a lot of projects 3CE is undergoing, but unfortunately the inflation and the sort of the odd markets, supplies markets that we're dealing with, there's going to be some delays on some of those projects. There's an expectation for 5 projects going online this year. Geothermal, solar storage, small geothermal, wind farm, solar farm type projects. And then overall, the 3CE has a goal of having 100% renewable energy output by 2030, and on a good track right now. They have about 285 megawatts of the 600 megawatts that are needed to reach 100%. And lastly, Atascadero was approved as the newest member agency of 3CE. I attended the library kiosk groundbreaking, just this in the last week. I guess that would have been, was that Friday? Monday? I can't even remember. Friday. Great step forward, especially for residents in that area, particularly the migrant camp that's right there. I'm very excited to have that opportunity. I had mobility partnership. There was a warning about midterms and the potential to lose funding for earmarks for road projects, so keep an eye out for that. And then COG, one of the items we discussed was the Bixby Road Highway 156 roundabout. The Semio Arts Council reached out to me several months back and asked me to bring that forward to COG, and I did so. And now we have some momentum on potentially having some public art at the future Bixby Road 156 roundabout. And we're sort of honing in on a Home of Pinnacles National Park concept, which goes hand in hand with the county's efforts to promote pinnacles. So that's very exciting as well. There's a wildlife, I mentioned in the past, there's consideration of a wildlife crossing at Highway 101 and Rocks Road. There's going to be a presentation at the COG meeting October 20th, if anybody's interested in that. And then the 156 groundbreaking is set for October 7th at 10 a.m. at the Grillin' and Chillin' Roadhouse. I wanted to say a few words about the passing of Pauline Valdivia. Pauline Valdivia was an icon in this community for decades. She served 4 terms on the Hollister City Council. She's everyone knows the longtime executive director of Jóvenes de Antaño had a huge impact on countless senior citizens, countless families in this community. And so I just really want to make sure that we remember her. The 2 decades that I knew Pauline, when I started as a journalist here 20 years ago, I can tell you, had, a good relationship with Pauline over the years. And I always found her to be pleasant, professional, sincere, and selfless. And that's what I described her as on my social media post that I put out this week as well. So the community is going to miss her greatly. Her legacy is going to live on, and I would, as one of my not future items, I would like to recommend that we close the meeting in honor of Pauline Valdivia. And then future items, I'm wondering if we can possibly, Ray, I couldn't recall the road project program that we put in place in the last several months. I was hoping to have updates on that on a fairly regular basis, whether it's quarterly is kind of my thought, if possible. So just wondering if we could have that either as a direction or an agenda item of some kind.
I'd support it.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Just so you know, we have been working diligently on that. I've been meeting with Steve Loop and the RMA team. We've actually just met this last week with regards to San Juan Oaks project and leveraging CSDCA funding that we'd receive to put to the larger project that we've been discussing and budgeted for. So that is in our budget. But we'll provide an update for your board. Yes, we will.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all.
Yeah.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I didn't have anything really to report, but since Supervisor Kosmicki had mentioned the 156 bypass on October the 7th, on that same day, there's also a tour of the new cafeteria at the high school. I will be in Fresno at a conference, so I won't be able to attend either one of those events, but maybe between the 4 of your schedules, maybe kind of divide it up to make sure that somebody is present at the high school tour as well as the groundbreaking. So, okay.
I sit on COG, so I'd be glad to go to the 156. I think my schedule allows for it. But Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's been busy last few weeks. Like Ray, I was attended as a representative from this board on RCRC. I attended the RCRC annual meeting, and as Ray mentioned, I think it was very productive. And by the way, that includes not only the board meeting for RCRC, but the Golden State Finance Authority and the Golden State Connect Authority, which works specifically with broadband. At those board meetings. I wanted to shout out to the people we put together. Every county puts together a county basket. Basket is kind of a understatement. These are much bigger than just a basket. With the help of a county staff, particularly Dulce, Gracie, and Lorena, we had actually 3 baskets. And they're auctioned off to raise money for the host county. In this case, it was Nevada County for nonprofits and charities. But anyway, I wanted to mention that we got donations from Eden Riff Winery, Calera Winery, Granite Rock, Hollister Soaring Center, the French Ranch, Casa de Fruta, Guerra Nut, Hollister Downtown Association, Central Ag Supply, and Seaton Hobby. So thank you to all of those businesses that help supply for the basket. Just quickly, other things I've been involved in last few weeks. We had a behavioral health board meeting. Major Q educational outreach with Supervisor Hernandez and I were involved in Dulce. Already mentioned this mailer went out this past week. A lot of time was spent on this to present a balanced educational outreach on Major Q and information on making sure as many people are registered and do vote as possible. So that went out. I think it came out great. Also, I was asked to make a presentation by the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership on Measure Q's impact on, particularly on housing and specifically affordable housing, which I did last week. As Supervisor Kosmicki already mentioned, I was at the library kiosk groundbreaking, which was real exciting, particularly since I think it's just the first of many things coming down the pike that are going to be very exciting for the library, and looking forward to seeing the expansion as we go forward. I was also involved in, there's quite a bit of issues with water quality with Best Road area, and I was involved at a water meeting yesterday with Sunny Slope Water, Steve from RMA and the Best Road people, and also a representative from Robert Rivas's office. And I want to thank Steve Loop for helping set that up, and we're going to try to see what we can do to help them out in the short term. We are having, as was mentioned, an ARPA meeting this coming up Friday. Supervisor Gonzalez and I will be looking at a number of things, including, as was mentioned, possibility of trying to help out in terms of some of the benefits increase that's happening. And we already talked about the IT meeting happening tomorrow. I also wanted to thank Henny, specifically our human resource manager, for helping out in the LAFCO executive officer replacement recruit. Steve and his team helping working out issues with the Trespass Road Bridge, Quail Hollow landscaping, and a Panoche Road dumping situation. Lastly, before I get future agenda items, this has already been posted, and Monica from our public outreach efforts has posted this. Today is a controlled burn that's taking place. I believe it's going forward because the weather is conducive. It's in the Cienega and Limekill Road area. And so residents in Hollister, San Juan Bautista, and surrounding areas are going to see quite a bit of smoke in South County coming from that area, but it is a controlled burn taking place with not Caltrans, with Cal Fire. Lastly, future agenda items. This is not particularly a high priority, but it was mentioned that RCRC does like to make a presentation, ideally to each county, and so we might get it on our agenda. RCRC does play a very prominent role in helping counties, rural counties, and I think it'd be good if they could make a presentation for the benefit of all of us up here, but also the public. And then lastly, it was mentioned at the RCRC meeting that when on the LATA, the Local Agency Technical Assistance Program that we've put in an application for grant, that there's going to be a very short 30-day window, and so we need to be prepared for that. And so that's not necessarily a future agenda item, but it will be as soon as that they reach out to us, that we're going to need to be ready to get a resolution done, et cetera. So that's, I just wanted to mention that, Ray.
Yeah,
You're on top of it.
We're on top of it. Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I attended the Farm Bureau golf tournament about a week and a half ago. It was great. They're doing a little fundraiser. They do a lot in our community to support agriculture, so it was important for me to be there to support their efforts. In addition to that, I went to the fair kickoff dinner on Saturday. So just a reminder to everyone, the fair is coming up this weekend. It's a great opportunity to support the efforts of our youth who are involved in 4-H and FFA, along with other people as well. And so I really encourage everyone to go out this weekend, enjoy yourself, and be safe while doing it. I also applied and was selected to be on the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Steering Committee for NACO. It's the National Association of County Governments, and we'll be providing advice for federal legislation. So I'm one of the representatives for California on that steering committee. I also attended an integrated waste meeting as well, and it was kind of short and to the point, but we did have that meeting. I, along with Supervisor Tiffany, attended the Behavioral Health Board meeting, and so and appreciate the support there from Henny as well in attending that meeting and addressing some of the issues that we have out there and getting those addressed and moving forward and making sure that we have a foundation there that is going to be supportive of everyone in this community and making sure that we're providing a top level of mental health services. So I appreciate that. I went to Youth Rising for Youth Alliance. They, again, it's a portion of our youth in our community that was celebrated and given scholarships for different things that they've done. And so that was really an exciting thing to be a part of. And I'm also going to be speaking at the housing workshop, the San Benito County Housing Element workshop at the Epicenter on Thursday from 6 to 7. So if that is something that's interesting to you, I encourage you to come and listen in. It's from the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, and so they'll be there as well. I also attended a food insecurity meeting at the Epicenter that was coordinated by Gary Brin for our community foundation, and so that was really an enlightening information. I was able to put in all of your boxes the report that came out that showed the discrepancies of food insecurity that we have in the county. And so I think it's really important that we're aware of that and making sure that we're a part of the solution moving forward. And then also too, I attended 2 OES workshop meetings on community preparedness and just making sure that in light of what we have as far as risks like such as earthquakes and other events that could potentially happen, that our community is working together along with the city of Hollister and city of San Juan Bautista. So I appreciate Chris's leadership in that area in leading those 2 events. Just a word of caution about rainbow fentanyl. I know that Benito Link did an article on it as well, but we need to be really careful with our youth. They look like sweet tarts, and so we just really need to educate our youth on making sure that it's not experimenting. One time could be the only time. So please, please, please make sure that you are educating the young people around you about the dangers that surround them on a daily basis. Because the state came out with a warning as well. And then also too, I never had the opportunity to meet Pauline. So I appreciate the sentiments that you were able to share, Supervisor Kosmicki. All the things that I've ever heard about her have been absolutely amazing, and I know she's going to leave a significant hole in our community. And if you feel so compelled and moved to volunteer in the senior aspect of our community, I really encourage you to do so, because that would definitely honor the legacy she's leaving behind. So, and totally support the moment of silence at the end of the meeting. Yeah, and that's all.
Thank you, Supervisor Dirks. Yeah, my only comments are regarding Pauline. My mom loved her. She really did, and she was just such a gentle lady that I had a huge amount of respect for. So without being redundant and repeating what the supervisor already had mentioned in the same committees that we're on, if we could move on to public comment. This is an opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 54954.2. Madam Clerk.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Christy Eggers.
Good morning. My name is Christy Eggers, and I am on the Community Action Board. And I am just here to give a little update. I actually sit on the ad hoc committee for the youth on the Community Action Board, and so that's close to my heart, is providing services and care for our youth in our community. In fiscal year 2021-22, we allocated $23,751 to a summer youth employment program where we served 10 youth with summer jobs, and $19,843 for youth enrichment activities through our Dreamcatcher program. And through that program, we were able to serve 31 youth, ranging in ages from 4 to 18 years old. So as part of our ad hoc committee, along with Gabriela Romero, who is our youth representative, I guess you would call her, we did a lot of work and put together a youth survey, youth needs survey. And we went to high school, we reached out to youth in our community to help build the survey and then to help answer the survey. And we were able to get 112 youth and how many adults? 99 adults. The survey is still active, and so people are still taking it. But as of when I gathered this info, that's how many had taken it, ranging in ages from younger than 11 to 24, and then their parents. And we asked questions in areas of employment and education and physical health and mental health and basic needs and social connection needs. And we compiled all their answers. At the end of the survey, we just asked them, what would you like to see in a community youth center? And a whole lot of options. So we found it interesting that the youth and the parents, they had different ideas, but the main top ideas that they wanted in the community center were the same. And internet and Wi-Fi and a quiet place to study and a place to hang out with friends and food. So we plan to take our survey results, and our next steps are to hold a community youth meeting where we can hear their voices and work towards finding funding and partnerships to move forward with hopefully a youth community center in our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Jean Oler, and I am a mental health clinician at San Benito County Behavioral Health. Dear San Benito County Board of Supervisors, here are some of the issues that need your attention at San Benito County Behavioral Health. The leadership managers at behavioral health need close supervision because they are running the staff into the ground and doing whatever they want to do. Management have fired good workers, excellent workers, and the top leaders at behavioral health are making decisions that promote themselves with the cooperation of each other. You already know who those leaders are at behavioral health. I question who is supervising what's going on at behavioral health, who is managing the managers. How is it that the position one manager took over was only posted with a requirement for internal applicants only? Behavioral health department is an oppressive work environment. Some of the reasons you are aware of from letters from behavioral health staff that you've already read. Behavioral health staff have left the agency, but no one seems to check on why the individuals have left. I know those who have departed have a story to tell about their negative experience at behavioral health. One clinician recently started working at behavioral health. Then the next day, she resigned. Why has this sinkhole of behavioral health staff, including mental health clinicians, gone unnoticed and unaddressed for so long, too long? It appears that human resources staff have not followed up relative to staff departures. Departing staff would not feel comfortable talking with anyone in management at behavioral health about their departure reasons because behavioral health management do not care that staff leave because of managers' maltreatment of them. The bad managers at behavioral health drive away good managers who care about the well-being of staff and community. Many of the newer clinicians have not had their 6-month reviews, or it's done very well past due to time they should have gotten reviewed, only with pressure from the union. I learned that some staff who have been working at behavioral health for years have not had their annual reviews for a number of years. Even though a clinician is behind, this is an example, even though a clinician is behind 4 months in their documentation, managers are still, knowing fully well, managers are still assigning clients to that clinician, which adds undue burden and stress to the clinician. Managers don't seem to care about the well-being of staff. This scenario hinders the clinician's ability to adequately attend to the mental health needs of the clients. Frankly, if there's no staff, if people are exiting, there is no service to the community. These are just some of the problems managers have taken scheduled time for documentation away from clinicians.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Sorry, there was a time limit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. They're very much appreciated by the supervisor.
Denise Quintana.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I'm Denise Quintana, Chief Union Steward for the members of San Benito County. We are presenting this petition to the Board of Supervisors on behalf of the frontline staff of the Behavioral Health Department. Our members have brought to our attention numerous issues within the department, highlighting the dysfunction to the point where they have reached no confidence in the leadership presently in place. Grizel Rios, Director of Administrative Services. Rachel White, Assistant Director. Maria Sanchez, Mental Health Case Manager, Services Manager. And Juan Gutierrez, Administrative Services Manager. We acknowledge the steps that HR, County Administration, and the Board of Supes have taken. And we are hopeful that labor management meetings, which have just begun, will address some of the issues and start to rebuild trust within the department. We are optimistic that the county and the Board of Supervisors will hire a director from the applicant pool who will be ready to restore order in the department so that we can provide the best services to the community possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Consuelo Rodriguez.
Good morning, everyone. I'm an IHSS worker, and I think we deserve health insurance. We help family members keep their loved ones at home for as long as possible. And I've been commuting for over 18 years, and one of the reasons is because of the health insurance. But as we all know,
Ma'am, health insurance is on a closed session item. You have every right to speak on this, but it'd be preferred at that closed session.
Well, they call me at this time.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we give a time estimate maybe of when, if they would like to call in, or so they know, because it's a closed session item?
It's on. Negotiations are under closed session. Comments can be received before, or they mandated to be received before closed session. So if you do leave the meeting, there's opportunity to participate by Zoom as well.
Yeah.
It's up to the chair, though, about when the comments are held.
To clarify, County Council, that's one of the topics is going to be
Negotiations are under closed
including
session.
possibly health insurance, correctly?
I'm not disclosing what's going to be in closed session, but the negotiations with this unit is in closed sessions, so that their comments on health insurance can come before that agenda item if the chair wants.
Yeah. Sorry about the confusion.
Mr. Chair, and this, just add one more comment. This is specifically for IHSS.
Yeah. So the closed session is specific to IHSS.
SEIU 2015. That's right.
Yeah.
Not SEIU 521. Just for clarity.
Okay. Madam Clerk? Yeah, if it has to do with anything negotiations-wise, that would you can make your public comment when we're getting ready for closed session.
It's an item on the, but it says closed session negotiation. It doesn't say exactly what you're gonna be discussing. It doesn't say you're gonna talk about healthcare in closed session. So why is that not an opportunity for, people in the public to comment on it?
The agenda, because healthcare is a subject of negotiation, so you could, if the chair wants, you can have the individuals comment before the closed session.
Okay, can we get a round figure of how many want to speak on health insurance? Okay. Okay, if it's okay with the board, we'll let them speak right now, since it would be now or later anyways.
Maybe this is a good opportunity to mention for future board meetings, if IHSS is on the agenda, that's the proper time to have people show up is before that for future meetings.
Right. Okay. We'll make that exception, and yeah, maybe we can add it to the agenda item for clarification, so that way the public can have an understanding of what exactly is considered in a closed session negotiations, at least potential, right? So anyways, for those folks that want to speak on health insurance, if they want to come up.
Because there's so many people, also you could reduce the time if you wanted to.
It's fine. No, it's fine.
Consuelo Rodriguez.
Can we fix her mic, please? We could barely hear you, ma'am. It's okay. I think it's off is what it is, yeah. Sorry, we have batteries that need to be charged.
Thank you. So one of the reasons I've been commuting for so long is because of the health insurance. As you all know, commute is terrible, right? But I would love to stay here locally and help our patients here and our families so they could keep their loved ones at home. But definitely we do need a health insurance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Belen Martinez.
Mi nombre es Belén Martínez. Soy proveedora y trabajadora en IHSS por 35 años.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Belen Martinez. I'm a provider and worker with IHSS for 35 years.
Estamos aquí nuevamente porque hoy todos ustedes tendrán la oportunidad de tomar decisiones sobre las negociaciones de nuestro contrato.
We are here today again because today you will have the opportunity to make decisions about negotiations on our contract.
Hasta este momento, ustedes han negado seguridad médica para trabajadores.
Up until this moment, you have denied health insurance for workers.
Mientras cuidamos la salud de nuestros clientes, muchos de nosotros no podemos cuidar nuestra propia salud.
As we take care of our clients and the health of our clients, a lot of us are not able to take care of our own health.
Cuando estén hablando de nuestro contrato hoy, sepa que también estamos abiertos a escuchar de otras opciones que ustedes tienen sobre la seguridad médica.
As you're talking about our contract today, please know that we are open to hearing other options that y'all may have regarding health insurance.
Como trabajadores y electores nos sentimos irrespetados porque esta junta no ha escuchado ninguna de nuestras solicitudes para discutir nuestros problemas e inquietudes, pero esperamos que hoy tomen las decisiones correctas con respecto a nuestro contrato.
As workers and constituents, we feel disrespected because this board has not listened to any of our demands to discuss our issues and concerns. But we hope that today that that y'all will take the correct decisions regarding our contract.
Recuerden que sus acciones tienen un impacto en cientos de trabajadores que viven en nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Remember that the actions that you all take have an impact on hundreds of workers who are living in this community. Thank you.
También quiero decir que nuestro local 2015 apoya al local 521.
I also want to say that our local 2015 supports local 521. Thank you.
Gracias.
Regina Valentine.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Regina Valentine, and I work at the COG office, and I also am the SAIU 521 San Diego County Chapter President, representing your dedicated frontline staff. As you know, all county employees are in open enrollment period for the 2023 healthcare coverage. Due to the structure of our MOU with the county's fixed contribution to healthcare, all premium increases fall directly on employees, in effect resulting in a pay cut. For example, with the limited provider PPO, employees will have to figure out where they will find an additional $300 per month for out of their family budget starting in December for this coverage. Your county staff assists you in providing vital services to the community, and this ever-increasing amount we must contribute to our health care is a financial stressor, making it difficult for us to do so. Although we look forward to continuing to work with the county admin to address other issues impacting healthcare, such as Hazel Hawkins no longer being in the network, these increased premium contributions will be taken from employees' paychecks in 2 months, so swift action is needed. We greatly appreciate the support you have provided us in the past with similar situations, with one-time monies by side letter to soften the financial blow to the employees and their families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Chavez.
My name is Christina Chavez. I'm a county employee with the assessor's office and have been serving this community for the past 6 years. I'm also the chapter vice president of SEIU 521, and I'm speaking to you today regarding the increased healthcare costs that directly affect not only our members, but all employees of San Benito County. It seems that every year, county employees find ourselves in the same situation. We start the year with a positive step forward with our wage increases from the COLA negotiated in our MOU, only to find ourselves taking one step backwards with the healthcare costs or with healthcare rates get announced during open enrollment. Some of the county's biggest problems is staffing shortage of large vacancies and retention once people are hired. There have been numerous occasions where jobs are being offered but denied once the candidates see how much the healthcare costs are in comparison to their wages. With Hazel Hawkins Hospital no longer being part of the in-network options for Anthem Insurance, the situation poses another strike against making San Benito County a favorable place to want to work at. Our members will now have to travel outside San Benito County just to get their care they need. And not only is that a shame, but the long-term impacts are harmful. This can lead to members having to take more time off of work just to attend appointments, which causes additional staffing shortages and our community less served. It could also lead to members putting off healthcare concerns due to the inconvenience, which can cause more serious health problems later down the road. While I know not having Hazel Hawkins Hospital in network is out of the county's control, it nonetheless causes a negative impact to our members, agencies, and community, as all will be affected by this. One thing that is in the control of the county is the ability to alleviate the financial burden of the increased healthcare costs to our members by working with us on a side letter. We urge you to do so before our open enrollment period is closed so our members can make fully informed decisions before selecting a healthcare plan that is best for them and their families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Maribel Hyman.
Buenos días a todos. Soy trabajadora de IHSS por muchos años atrás.
Good morning, everybody. I'm a provider for IHSS for many years.
Tenemos luchando varios años que nos den aseguranza médica.
We have been fighting for a long time for you all to provide us health insurance.
Y pues aquí seguiremos, ¿verdad? Esperemos no por mucho tiempo. Y
And we'll continue to fight and be here. We hope that it won't be very much longer.
y pues aquí nos seguirán teniendo, yo creo. Gracias.
And well, you'll keep having us here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Super. Or not? Yeah, it is. Integrity is what you do when no one is looking. Transparency and accountability. Integrity is something that you do without looking and without searching for self allocates and boasting. Decisions made by the board is for the entire county of San Benito County. Do not fear the loud minorities. Policy before politics. The informational report was received over the weekend, and I believe that it was very well written, and I'm hoping that there are extras that are going to be available at the fair this weekend. I want to say thank you to the entire board for listening to the SEIU over all these months, and I know cannot comment. Les agradezco a todos los supervisores por escuchar a los miembros del SEIU, pero sé que ustedes no pueden responder. Please support the sheriff for his staffing endeavors. He's been coming here for years already as the sheriff and as the captain, and stating that we are short-staffed. So I ask you to please be supportive when he comes forth to asking for positions to be filled. It is a statewide, people just don't want to be police officers anymore. There is definitely a shortage. It's not San Benito County, it's actually across the country. The Public Health Department made a report today, but they failed to mention monkeypox. It's here in San Benito County, and I believe that they have a duty to the public to report what they're doing to be ahead of it. Affordable Connectivity Program, affordableconnectivity.gov. That is a program provided for all the United States for anybody who has the inability to pay. It's either for low income, or you're a senior citizen, or you have somebody that has a disability. You get a discount of up to $30 for your internet, for your phone service. So I would request that you all look into it, and please give the information out to the public. Regarding future agendas, that line item, would you possibly please put that either at the end of the regular agenda, so that once you have listened to the public and once you have gone forth and made statements, that there is possibly an idea that someone comes forth from the public and you can ask for an agenda item when it's time for it to come up. The library money, you promised the library monies, the funds, to make the funds available so that the money come forward. The library is running out of time. Please make sure that you keep your promise so that the library doesn't lose the grant money, because there is an amount of money that San Benito County must equal to, and if you don't, the library is going to lose those funding, so please be aware of that. Let's see, what else am I? Wow, good thing it's not 1 minute anymore. Oh, RMA. RMA, please tell the mayor and those people with Measure Q and R that their signs are on public right-of-ways, and that also they are trespassing, but that's between the property owners. But maybe we should get those signs removed. Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglund with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. I want to applaud the supervisors for their reports. It is so informative that the public should be aware of the opportunity that you don't have to sit into the whole board meeting to really get a good glimpse at what our supervisors are doing and how the county is moving forward. And so anyway, kudos to you. One particular thing that Supervisor Kosmicki brought up was trails awareness from a meeting that he went to, and this is music to our ears. We have spoken about the concept of Pajaro to the Pinnacles, and it's exciting to see that the Betabel project has a possibility of approval. And at that point, tourists coming off the freeway, exhausted from waiting in traffic during tourist season or high volume times, it gives them an opportunity of respite, but also to take their bicycles and go into San Juan or over the Y Road down to the San Juan Highway and join in the trails possibilities that we have in San Benito County. It's very exciting, and we're way behind this. Thank you very much, and you have a great day. Bye-bye.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Stacy McGrady. I'm a resident in District 1, and I want to make sure that the board is aware of some concerns with the animal shelter. Although the animal shelter is run by the city, it's also largely funded through county fees and payments. So apparently the city and the animal shelter staff are considering closing the night kennels, and that's a great concern. They're citing that people from out of the county or out of the area come in and illegally drop animals at the night kennels, which I'm not saying it's not true, but I think that's simply a cost of doing business. If the animals are not left in the night kennels, I'm concerned that they'll be dropped on our county roadways or off the highway or otherwise illegally dumped. The website for the city animal shelter indicates that it's open late on Wednesdays and between 8 and noon on alternating Saturdays. But from the information that I've received through the community is that that's not accurate, that they have already discontinued their late night Wednesdays and their Saturday hours. So I would like to confirm that they are still open on Wednesdays and alternating Saturdays. Also, the shelter is not open for public viewing due to, and I'm going to use my finger quotes, COVID restrictions. A person can't just go in and view the animals or view the shelter or see how things are going. So we have no idea if the shelter is currently at 10% capacity, 50% capacity, or 100% capacity. But I do know that animals, litters of kittens, litters of dogs, specifically litters of kittens, I know have been turned away by shelter staff. And it's my opinion that a shelter that's run through government funding has a responsibility to accept all animals that are brought in, either stray or surrender. For whatever reason, we have that obligation to receive those animals. I'm not saying we have an obligation to hold all animals for adoption. I don't think that's appropriate or correct. I don't agree with I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. The other thing is that we've been pushing for many, many years within our community to expand volunteer services within our shelter, and there still hasn't been any forward motion on that. So I'm hoping that the county can stay on top of these concerns and work collaboratively with the city, because the county does pay for these services, but we don't get much in return in our county. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to check, is this the proper time to speak on regular consent item, our regular agenda items like item 1.6, or is that later?
No, that's next, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll save my comment for that.
Thank you.
No more public comment?
Okay, bringing it back to the board now, we're on to item 1, regular agenda. RMA, Steve Loop. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I didn't say something. Just think it's funny she mentioned 2 things everybody does.
Okay, good morning, Chairman Hernandez and Supervisors. Today we are providing an analysis of the John Smith Road landfill financial considerations, including revenue and cost to the county from the county perspective. This is an informational presentation and does not consider or discuss the pending application for the proposed expansion project, which is currently undergoing environmental review. This item was requested by members of the public and as well as the board at the last board meeting. Presenters today include myself, Selena Stotler, Integrated Waste Management Manager. We've got Sangeeta Lewis with Lewis Engineering, a county consultant, and Bree Bias with Hefner Law, outside counsel for the county. And the key topics are included on this slide: terms of the landfill operating agreement, estimated county revenue and cost with and without an expansion, and the status of county request to negotiate amendments to the operating agreement. Since the presentation posting to the agenda last Friday, we've continued to revise and the presentation with information that's become available, and the presentation shown today will be uploaded to the agenda, posted on the county landfill website, and printed copies are available on the back table near the door of the chambers. This slide provides a little over a decade timeline of the new landfill operating agreement between the county and the Landfill Operator Waste Solutions Group, a subsidiary of Waste Connections. And moving through the timeline from left to right, on December 21st, 2010, a 6th amendment to the prior operating agreement and the new landfill operating agreement were approved by the board with the intent of a tonnage increase in the landfill's solid waste facility permit from 500 tons per day to 1,000 tons per day. The additional intent by the county and the operator was to expand the existing landfill capacity and initiate the development of a new landfill area. And then on April 30th of 2013, the board approved a first amendment to the agreement, which amended the commencement date details for a 2 million cubic yard expansion. And soon after that date, the expansion began and out-of-county waste was accepted gradually. A second amendment was adopted by the board on October 17th, 2019, and was the result of various negotiation discussions between the operator and the county, and the intent to further increase revenue for both parties and expand the landfill using a parcel of property also known as the Lima property. There are various payments to the county included in this agreement and provisions that are related to the current proposed expansion. And lastly, and more recently, a third amendment was approved by the board on June 8th of last year, 2021, and this provided county authorization for a landfill scope reconfiguration, increasing capacity of the landfill by 400,000 cubic yards. On June 20th of this year, the county made a formal request to the operator to begin new and additional negotiations to the agreement. Oh, and all of the agreements that I've stated here are listed on the county website at the bottom right-hand side. Okay.
Good morning, Board. Bree Mobius, Hefner Law. And before we start really going into the economics, we wanted to give you a little context of the presentation today and how the economics of the landfill are going to come into play in the future when you do make a decision on the project. So as Selena said, there is a pending application. I know the Board's aware. That is not before you today. So this is not an opportunity to discuss the merits of the expansion project or the environmental review. The draft environmental impact report, or EIR, was circulated for public review, and it did find that there are significant and unavoidable impacts from the expansion project. And so that triggers under CEQA that your board will have to make what's called a statement of overriding considerations. And CEQA requires you to balance those unavoidable impacts on the environment against the economic, legal, social, technological, or other benefits of the project. You then have to determine whether those benefits, including the economic, outweigh those environmental impacts and determine under CEQA whether the environmental impacts are what CEQA considers acceptable. Again, your board is not engaging in that balancing today, but you will be doing that in the future. And today we're going to highlight for you as well, there are some economic impacts of the project that we cannot say with certainty what they will be right now. We're negotiating that and working through that. You will know that, though, when the project is brought before you in the future. So we will highlight that at the time when you're ultimately making that decision. So moving to the economic analysis, and first we're going to start with existing operations. So this is the economics for the county from 2010 to 2022. And we want to start really just step back a big picture. So you can really see the money that is coming into the county. And if you look at this pie, there is a very large green section. That's the landfill depletion fee. So most of the money the county receives from the landfill is in the form of that landfill depletion fee. You also see a smaller orange section, which is a road impact payment that I'll talk a little bit about, and then an even smaller section, which is free disposal of county waste at the landfill. So the depletion fee, which is most of the county's revenue, has increased from 2010 to its current amount at $4.18 in 2022. And that's a per ton fee. And it started at $2.81 in 2010. The fee will increase over the next year, but then in December 2023, it will decrease by 90 cents. If that assumes there's no approval of an expansion, no withdrawal, or no denial of an expansion project. And we're going to get to later in this, the slides what happens if the expansion is approved. So this is just no expansion. There are additional existing benefits to the county from the landfill. And one of those is the 15 years reservation for in-county waste. And as you know, we're already into that end of the 15-year life right now. There's also the free disposal of waste I mentioned earlier for county operations. And Waste Solutions is responsible for closure and post-closure obligations, including environmental, monitoring, and liability. But there's a significant carve-out for that. So they took on that responsibility in the operating agreement for new landfill operations. But for existing contamination before 1985, the county retained that responsibility for groundwater monitoring and for liability related to that. So it's not a full acceptance of responsibility on Waste Solutions' part. There are also general fund payments in the amount of $200,000 per year, up to $2 million. To date, they paid $600,000 of that, and there's another one due soon. But I want to carve that out in your mind because right now they're going to seek a credit, they've indicated, against that amount for mitigation for the expansion project. So we really can't consider that revenue to the county. The county also has costs for the landfill. In the operating agreement, the county has committed to $40,000 per year for litter removal, so contributing that amount. We also have the cost of integrated waste management staff time for landfill responsibilities. And then in the operating agreement, the county is responsible to compensate Waste Solutions for cost of living adjustments, or what we refer to as COLA payments. Those have ranged about 2% to 6% each year. So the county receives a landfill depletion fee and then pays that COLA back to Waste Solutions. The county does have the option to pass that amount to the ratepayers, but generally has decided to pay that themselves as opposed to pass it to ratepayers. The COLA was suspended from July 2019 to July 2023, or if there is a withdrawal of the expansion project. And again, I want to put a little caveat there because Waste Solutions has indicated that they might seek retroactive repayment for that suspended amount from the county if their expansion is approved. I don't think the operating agreement provides for that, but that's something that they've indicated to us. And then we also have county cost and impacts to county roads from the landfill. The county has spent approximately $3.1 million between 2019 to 2022 to repair and maintain roads along the haul route. The county cost to repair and reconstruct roads is about $1 million per mile from the damage from the haul trucks. And so the operating agreement has provided for Waste Solutions to contribute towards that cost for the haul trucks damage to the county roads. And the county, first, we can use the landfill depletion fee, so the revenue we take in from the landfill, we do have the ability, although you're not required to, it's general fund money, but you can put that towards roads. Between 2019 of October and April 2022, Waste Solutions also agreed to pay a $1 per ton fee for additional road impacts. And to date, that has been $845,509. That $1 per ton ceased in April 2022 when the import of out-of-county waste stopped. That was in the operating agreement. And that payment does not resume upon expansion approval or approval of an expansion project. Now, I also want to caveat that money because that's money that the county has taken in and used towards roads, but under the language in the operating agreement, Waste Solutions will also likely seek a credit against mitigation for an expansion project if it is approved. So again, we're kind of keeping that in another set in our mind that it's not really revenue if they're getting a credit against mitigation in the future. And I'll pass it over to Selena.
In this slide, we wanted to illustrate the tipping fee revenue for the landfill, for the county, and for the operator. We did not include capital or operating cost, and the information represented here is from quarterly landfill revenue reports that we received from the operator between the years 2010 to 2021. And looking at the top of the graph, the blue line represents the landfill's overall tipping fee revenue, with a peak of over $12.2 million in 2015. And then if you look from 2010 to 2014, you'll see this significant rise in revenue, and this is due to the increase in out-of-county tonnage accepted at the landfill. The red line, which follows a similar trend, represents the operator's gross revenue, where the only expense deducted is the tipping fee payments to the county. And that yellow line is the county's tipping fee revenue from the landfill. Although we have more than tripled the tonnage accepted at the landfill between 2010 to 2016, the county's tipping fee revenue saw a decline in 2014. And the reason this is that in 2010, the county was receiving 20% of the landfill's gross revenue, but by Q2 of 2014, we were instead receiving a landfill depletion fee, in other words, a $1 per ton amount that started at $2.50 per ton at that time.
And that was what year?
That was Q2 of 2014. And so for comparison, the 20% gross revenue we were receiving between 2010 to up until Q1 of 2014 averages out to about $8.01 per ton. I'll further note that this graph does not include all of the county revenue sources described previously, as we wanted to just visually focus on the tipping fee revenue here. And transitioning over to economic analysis and estimates if the expansion project is approved or denied. For sources of county revenue with the expansion project, the majority of our revenue will continue to come from the landfill depletion fee payment, or as we'll see in the next slide, a change back to that percentage of gross revenue based on the tonnage accepted. We will continue to see the financial benefit of the disposal of county operation department waste, and we will see new revenue sources for the landfill gas royalty and a community contribution. So per the second amendment of the operating agreement, if the expansion project is approved, the landfill depletion fee will change from $1 per ton back to a percentage of gross revenue. And you can see the different scenarios listed here. The first scenario being if the daily tonnage accepted is 1,000 tons or less, we would receive 16% of gross revenue, and we begin to increase our percentage of gross revenue with the 27% if the tonnage accepted is greater than 1,500 tons. And just as a reminder, we were receiving 20% of gross revenue until Q2 of 2014, and at that time receiving less than 300 tons per day. Okay. Listed here are the additional county benefits we would see with an expansion project. We would continue to see a 15-year of capacity reserve for in-county waste. We would continue to see the free disposal of waste from county operations. What new benefits we would see is the $25,000 annual contribution for community activities and functions, and then that 12% royalty for renewable natural gas facility once it is constructed. And I'll pass it on to Sangeeta. Oh, Bree, sorry.
So turning back to roads, we talked a little bit about roads on the existing landfill operations, but going to roads if there is an expansion project. So the draft EIR concluded that the longevity of roadway surfaces is primarily affected by the level of heavy truck traffic using the roadway, and an increase in heavy truck trips is expected to increase local roadway maintenance requirements. So it did find that the haul trucks cause greater damage to roads than your passenger vehicles or low trucks. The EIR, though, addresses that through the environmental process and requires mitigation, and the applicant is required to pay a fair share fee toward roadway maintenance and rehabilitation along the haul route for the life of the proposed expansion project. And that fee would be attributed to tonnage, so that if there is more tonnage and more trucks, that amount paid would be more because the damage would be greater to our roads. Right now, the county has retained Pavement Engineering, Inc. to analyze the pavement. They're actually doing coring samples and testing the roads to determine them and to determine what that appropriate fair share fee would be for the life of the project to maintain those roads. But again, I want to just point out, like I said earlier, that Waste Solutions at this point is seeking approximately $1.45 million credit towards money already paid to the county under the prior, under the Second Amendment of the operating agreement against that amount. And discussing a little bit about the responsibility for the costs of the expansion project and the EIR itself, Waste Solutions did purchase and owns the land for the expansion project, and that was at a cost of approximately $7 million. Waste Solution is also responsible for closure and post-closure obligations, including environmental monitoring and liability. And again, for before 1985 and prior contamination and the current remediation, the county would retain that. Waste Solutions is also responsible for the cost of environmental review and preparation of the EIR, including reimbursement for county staff time and county consultants and outside counsel. And that was actually provided for in the operating agreement, that Waste Solution has their own independent team of consultants. They've taken the lead on drafting it, but the county, to protect the county's interest, has its own consultants that reviews and independently analyzes the document to improve the document for that. And then Waste Solutions is required to reimburse the county for those costs. With the county's cost for the landfill with the expansion, the county committed in the operating agreement to contribute up to 70 acres of county-owned land for wildlife mitigation. And that land's across the street from the landfill and in the Resource Recovery Park area. There is that $40,000 contribution towards litter would remain in the operating agreement right now, and also the cost of staff time related to the landfill. And again, that COLA requirement, the 2 to 6%, is still in the operating agreement that the county would be responsible for. The operating agreement also in 2019 tried to address CEQA mitigation before the environmental analysis had been done. And so there are 2 significant payments in there, and I want you to be aware of those, but also the way the operating agreement did those is those payments come in, but then they're credited towards CEQA mitigation. That's mitigation that the applicant will be required to do anyway, so it's not revenue really coming into the county. But those 2 payments are the general fund payment that I mentioned earlier, so it's $200,000 per year, capped at $2 million. If the expansion project is approved, that remaining balance to get to $2 million would be due. And then there's an additional $2 million payment for the realignment of John Smith Road and Fairview Road or road improvements along the haul route. And those would be credited towards mitigation under the operating agreement. And Sangeeta has put together, I think, a really helpful way, and she's going to go through scenarios for you, but to look at all of the factors that come in to determining what is the county seeing really as revenue at the end of the day under the expansion project. And so if we start on the left side of the slide here, this is all the revenue coming in. You have your in-county tipping fees in the top box and your out-of-county tipping fees. And for in-county, those are set by the operating agreement contract, but they are currently $58.67 a ton for self-haul, and the in-county packer rate, which is Recology, $44.75 a ton. The out-of-county rates are contract rates that Waste Solutions contracts with out-of-county waste haulers, and those are average a rate of $26.51 a ton. So that's all the revenue coming in. And then if we're trying to determine the net county revenue, we have numerous factors that we would either add or take away from that. So starting with the red box is the direct cost to the county from the landfill. You have your litter removal, the $40,000, the cost of living COLA adjustment, 70 acres of wildlife mitigation, which we don't have an amount for, but that is county-owned land right now, staff time, and then the county maintain responsibility for the groundwater extraction system, monitoring and maintenance, and that's approximately $30,000 a year right now. Then in the black box, we have direct revenue to the county. That would be that landfill depletion fee being the bulk of that revenue. And again, that would be 16 to 27% depending on the tonnage taken in at the landfill. There's also the landfill gas royalty, which would be 12% of LFG revenue once that facility is up and running. And then we would maintain free disposal of county waste, our operation waste. We also have the CEQA adjustment, and we're not putting that towards revenue because they are credits against mitigation, but just to again highlight them, you have the additional road impact that they are right now seeking a credit for, you have the general fund payments, and then you have the $2 million towards the realignment project. And then last in the blue box, we've discussed indirect benefits to the county, so the community involvement fee, and that's not a fee, but it's their commitment to community involvement, $25,000. And then in an amendment, they took on responsibility for post-closure responsibility, and at that time the county had $4 million in savings for post-closure, and so when they took that on, that freed that up for the county, although we maintained, I said earlier, any contamination before 1985. And so really it's the red and the black box that when you add those together, and that's what would give us our net county revenue. So Sangeeta's going to walk through some calculations for you on that.
Thank you. Thanks, Bree. Okay, just push that. All right. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Selena and Bree. They teed this all up for me. I just get to show the numbers, so that's a little easier. Let me go. So what these next series of slides are basically snapshots, and they're for the year 2037, which is about 15 years into the landfill expansion. And we selected this 15-year period because there is a ramp up. As day one, you're not going to, be getting 2,300 tons. It'll take some time for contracts to come in, and so that's why we selected this point in time. And so these slides, each of them shows what the revenue is, and what the total revenue is, and what the net county revenue is. So you can see under this 2,300 ton per day scenario that on the left side, the total revenue is about $30 million. So that's the gross gate rates coming into the county, and it comes out to about $39.94 a ton on average. And you can see the in-county and out-of-county tipping fee rates. And those basically, we came up with those by putting an inflation factor on current rates and projecting those out 15 years. The middle box is the cost to the county, and Bree has kind of gone through all of those. So those actually stay pretty much similar in all of these scenarios, the cost, since there are inflation factors applied to these costs from today. The one that's interesting a little bit is the cost of living adjustment. That one stays the same as well, and that's because that cost of living adjustment is based on the in-county landfill revenue. So it's not, doesn't include out-of-county and in-county, it's just the in-county. And that stays, relatively the same, around 200 to 300 tons a day with time. And the numbers that do change a lot, though, are the landfill depletion fee, which is the direct revenue to the county of the $8.2 million in this scenario. and the landfill gas royalty. That number changes with time as well, and the tonnage. The two boxes that were on the previous slide are about the same, and they're, as Bree mentioned, they're kind of indirect revenue sources. So you won't see them on these slides moving forward, but they're all still there and apply to all of the different scenarios. So on the right side, we show the net county revenue under the 2,300 ton per day scenario, and that's an annual revenue, and that's about $8.3 million, and it's about $10.89 a ton. Very similarly, this is now the 1,700 ton per day scenario. On the left side, we have a total revenue of about $23.1 million at $40.90 a ton. And on the right side, you can see that the net county revenue is about $6.2 million, and that's at $10.94 a ton. This is the 1,000 ton per day alternative. The total revenue under this one on the left side for the total gross is about 14.5 million. And you'll notice that these dollars per ton, as we're going through lower tonnage scenarios, the dollars per ton are increasing as far as the revenue, and that means the average gate rate is increasing, and that's because there's less out-of-county waste that's driving those numbers lower. So the percentage of out-of-county versus in-county is decreasing, and that's why those tonnage rates are going up, or the dollars per ton are going up. And then on the right side, you can see that the net county revenue in this scenario is $2.2 million, or about $6.66 a ton. This is the 300 ton per day alternative. You see the revenues now dropped to about $5 million, and it's at $64.02 a ton, which is pretty close to what the in-county gate rates are. And then the net revenue on the other side is, on the right side is $358,000, and it's about $4.60 a ton is what the revenue comes to. And then finally, we have the alternative, the no expansion alternative. The total revenue in this scenario is $4.8 million, and we actually have a negative net county revenue. And this scenario is a little bit different, as Selena explained. Instead of getting a percentage, we're at a landfill depletion fee, and that is at about, in 15 years, about $4.77 a ton is what we get paid instead of a percentage of the gross. And right now, I think it's $4.18 a ton is what the depletion fee, is that right, Selena? I think it's about $4.18. So the biggest costs here, as far as having net county revenue be negative, are the COLA adjustments, the staff time, and then the ongoing groundwater extraction system monitoring and maintenance and litter removal. So that is under the existing no expansion alternative. This slide, actually, I don't know if you can see the arrow. I don't think you can. It doesn't show on the screen. Oh, go back, sorry. So what this chart does is basically what I showed in the last slides were snapshots of the 2037. And what this does is show kind of those annual costs projected over the life of the expansion. And as you can see, there is that 15 years of ramp-up time. So the yellow line is the 2,300 ton per day alternative. The purple line is the 1,700 tons per day. Blue line's 1,000. Green line's 300, and the red line at the bottom is the no expansion alternative. So as you can see, it ramps up after 15 years, and we're at about the $8 million annual cost on our annual revenue, for the county on that chart. And then as you project out, and I know going out 65 years is somewhat speculative, but, you know, the numbers are kind of there. But we get to close to 19 million in annual revenue way out in 2070. But I also want to point out, as you're looking at that the gross revenue under the 2,300 ton per day alternative at that 15-year point was, just remind you that that was about 30 million is what the gross is, and that the gross revenue at the 20 around 2070, the county revenue is about 19 and the gross revenue is about 70 at that time. So each of the lines kind of presents similar things. The thing that I think is important to note on this chart is that the distinguishment between the annual and the cumulative. So I think that there's been some numbers that were thrown out as part of Measure Q, where there was a $65 or $70 million number that was shown for the 2,300 ton per day alternative. That is a cumulative number, so that's not an annual revenue number, that's just the cumulative revenue over time, over those 15 years of time. So when you're looking at things and there's so many big numbers being thrown out, just keep in mind what's annual and what's cumulative. And then I just want to mention on the far right side, there's the big drop at around year 2070, and that's the 15 years in county reserve. So that's why all those numbers drop at that time. I think that's mostly what I want to show on that slide. Happy to answer questions afterwards if anyone has any. Thank you.
I will close this out. We are almost done, but just briefly on how in-county tipping fees are set. We've received questions on that. And from 2010 to October of 2019, the county set the in-county tipping fees prior to the amendment in October 2019. And then, as we talked about earlier, the county, though, was required, they could set the fees, but then had to compensate Waste Solutions to account for the COLA, changes in law, prevailing wages, or uncontrollable circumstances. And that changed in the Second Amendment with the county no longer sets the in-county tipping fees. Waste Solutions does set those fees, but the operating agreement caps what those fees can be, and they have to stay below 100% of the average tipping fees at Marina Landfill and Salinas Valley Landfill. So if you look at their fees now, Marina's at $70 a ton, and Salinas Valley is at $64.75 a ton. And currently at the John Smith Road landfill, the in-county fee for refuse is $58.67 a ton, so it stayed below those other jurisdiction landfills. Now, the county can set lower rates for in-county packer fees, so that's for Ecology, which has a franchise agreement with the two cities and the county, for the curbside rates. But if the county does set those rates lower, the county has to subsidize them and compensate Waste Solutions for that lower rate. They are currently set under the operating agreement at $44.75 a ton. And as an update on operating agreement negotiations, so your board did form an ad hoc committee to look at the operating agreement and potentially engage in negotiations, and that was in February of 2022. The ad hoc committee requested that staff, after reviewing the operating agreement, initiate negotiations, and the county formally requested those negotiations. The county has requested specific amendments to the operating agreement now that we've seen what the project is. So when the agreement was negotiated in 2019, there was no pending application and there was no environmental review. Now we have the benefit of fully understanding the project and the environmental analysis and are requesting negotiations because of that. I would say that discussions are ongoing, but Waste Solutions has indicated that it will not agree to amendments that would significantly alter the financial dynamics of the operating agreement that was negotiated in 2019 before the EIR. That close out, I will say we did meet with Waste Solutions on this presentation in advance, and so they have reviewed all the slides. If there are questions, Selena, Sangeeta, and I can answer those for you, but this is informational only.
Okay, before we go back to the board, I'd like to get public comment, please, Madam Clerk.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No public comment. Venus?
Good morning. This is a really hot topic. And again, integrity is what you do when no one is looking. Decisions that you do and you make are for the entire San Benito County. Again, policy before politics. $70 million in 15 years potential, okay? If you do not expand, you're not going to see $70 million. What percentage of the road is damaged as a result of the farmers? Their tractors, their trucks, the wine trucks, concrete trucks, trucks with gravel, trucks with lumber. Is this all a result of just the dump trucks? Or are you taking into account what the other trucks do on the road? I have confidence in the integrity of Jim Gilio, Anthony Botello, Ray Espinoza, Barbara Thompson, the consultants and the attorneys that were present in 2019. In 2019, it was 5-0 signature of the agreement. The only supervisor at the time is the chair, and unfortunately he's not here right now, he stepped out, but he signed it. It was 5-0. At the time, Supervisor Kosmicki was a reporter. I didn't see a report of anything negative from him having read the agreement that would jeopardize and hinder San Benito County. Now we have him as a supervisor making a decision. Is the decision going to be political, or is the decision going to be the right thing to do? $4 million was in 2014. That money has been depleted. Someone made a choice to use that money for something else. That's not the board's fault. That's not the current board's fault. That's definitely not the constituents' fault. We have no idea what innovations will come in the future that will help to get rid of refuge. In the meantime, this is what we have. I stated earlier on that we hadn't had a new landfill since 1985, but that was incorrect. It was 1998, California City in the Valley. Most of the landfills are already close to closing. They're near capacity. We have the capability here in San Benito County to provide for the future up to 50 to 100 years. That is a decision that you will be making. And I hope you take that into consideration, because we won't be here. But there will be other boards, and there will be other negotiations, and there will be other increases. But the decision will be made by this board, and I hope that you make the right decision. Also, Prop 218 with regards to recology should be taken into consideration. We should all advocate for those Prop 218 forms to be returned to protest the increases, so that that would also help our constituents. Thank you.
Maureen Nelson?
Good morning, Board. My name's Maureen Nelson. I'm a resident of Hollister. I'm here to talk about the landfill expansion and what was just presented to us. I have so many scribbled notes on my paper, I can't even tell where I start and where I stop. I want to talk about all of the times we heard that the county received funds from John Smith Landfill, from Waste Solutions, and now we have the potential that Waste Solutions is going to take it back. It's a give and a take. So we've had these funds, we assumed they were ours, we spent them as a county, and now we're being told, but they may take it back by their lawyer, Brianna. Thank you for telling us that. News to our ears. When we talk about what our average tonnage is, San Benito County has been putting in 240 tons per day on average into this landfill. Even with the projected growth in population, we should not exceed 300 tons per day. To have a landfill at 2,300 tons a day provides for 87% of the usage by out of county that is paying less than your constituents are paying for that landfill. And the county is sponsoring the residents' fees because Waste Solutions says if the county doesn't pass on the costs to the residents, the county pays the costs. Wow, that's a pretty tough negotiation, I have to say. When we're looking at the road impact, approximately $845,000, we were told, was given to the county by Waste Solutions from 2019 to 2022. That is less than $282,000 per year. $282,000. Yet the county tells us that for 1 mile of road repair, it is $1 million. $1 million. I don't see how this is a winning proposition for the county when we're looking at the costs of the road, when we're looking at the health of our residents, and we're looking at the revenue that is potential, and 87% that we're servicing for out-of-county waste. Recology also has the contracts for the out-of-county waste coming in. Recology's coming out as the major winners. Waste Solution Group is the second winners. San Benito County and our residents are the losers. We are losing on this proposition. Again, I have so many notes on here that I can't even begin to fathom how this makes sense. We're looking at COLA. I understand COLA. Everybody has a cost of living expense, but we're paying the cost of living expense for the employees at Waste Solutions. They're their employees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
No more public comment?
Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
bringing it back to the board. The ad hoc would probably like to speak.
Well, I was just going to clarify. Bree is not Waste Solutions attorney. She is our attorney. Just want to be clear on that.
So, would you like to speak for Supervisor Tiffany?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I just want to be clear on this. Is the slides that we saw when on the 2037 snapshot projections at various expansion levels or no expansion, those do not take into account any of the monies that potentially are coming to the county or did come to the county, because we still at this point don't know whether there's going to be full credit against those amounts or not. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We didn't put that in as revenue because if they do take a credit, then it wouldn't be revenue.
And at this point, it remains to be seen whether they'll be successful in taking credit.
Yeah, so we're negotiating on that. We're also considering how to work with the CEQA mitigation to prevent the credit. So that's something that we're working on. But you will know that when the project is before you. So we will circle back on those issues so that the county makes that decision fully knowing what revenue is coming in or not.
Okay. Thank you. And then just a comment that I'm going to make. We're still obviously waiting for the final EIR, and I think all of us have to are going to wait to ultimately weigh in when we know all the facts before us. But there's no question that there's significant environmental impacts of the expansion. We certainly have all heard that from not just staff, but also in the draft EIR, but also from the public. From my point of view, particularly, I'm concerned about obviously the significant impact on the roads, but there are many others as well. And so, I appreciate this presentation. you know, I think it's important that we've, as a board, we fully understand the economic benefits to both the county and the residents, and ultimately be in a position, you know, to judge whether they might outweigh the, you know, the impacts of the expansion. And when we look at economic benefits, not only is it the, you know, the monies that are coming in directly to the county, but also, you know, in the form of reduced rates to county residents, and also, you know, keeping the landfill open beyond, you know, the 15-year period. So those are all factors that we're going to be looking at. But anyway, I'm sure I'll have many, many more comments at the time when we take this up before us, Mr. Chair, but that's all I have to say at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. Who would like to go first? Supervisor Dirks?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think it provides a level of transparency, and I appreciate that. So thank you for being very clear and breaking it down in a way I think that the majority of people will be able to comprehend and look at and see, and then come to their own ideas and conclusions. So thank you for that. And also too, in looking at that, I echo everything Supervisor Tiffany just said, as well, as far as, you know, concerns that have come in, and, you know, the impact on the roads. This whole board's really worried about the roads in general. So, but in any case, one of the things that I did look at is, you know, many residents are kind of unhappy with that out-of-county trash pays the like a lower rate than the in-county. Can you guys explain that a little bit more, the discrepancy there?
I could probably give a big picture, and if you want more details, I think Sangeeta could break down the history more, but essentially they are contract rates. And so the way Waste Solutions, I think, would explain it is that that's what the market would bear. So they are out there competing to get rates for out-of-county trash with other landfills, and so that market rate is what determines that. And they have explained it that those rates are generally lower as well, because the cost to import waste into a county has a higher cost for the hauler. So there is a transfer station, so there's more costs along the way. That's what dictates those rates. The in-county rates are set in the operating agreement, and that's what has dictated those rates is that piece of it. But there is a disparity between in-county rates and out-of-county rates, where the out-of-county rates have been lower historically and are today lower than the in-county rates. Anything on that?
I think the only thing I would add to that is that it's important to look at the difference between a gate rate and a franchise hauler rate. So the gate rate at John Smith Landfill is around 58. We did look at various other landfills and what their gate rates were, and that's just really for the self-haul people that come in to the gate. And the rate is comparable to what other landfills in the area are. But I do understand that it's a lot higher than what the out-of-county rate is. And as Bree explained, that's because of the franchise rates and because of the competitiveness of the market. And the other thing to point out, and I think Bree had it on one of the slides she showed, is that the packer rate, so the franchise rate for the in-county is at 40, I think 44 or 45. So the gate rate for the landfill, if you come in as a self-haul, is 58, but for the curbside collection is at 45. But it's still higher than the out-of-county rate of the 20s, so.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Sure thing. First off, I just want to correct the public speaker's comment about my supposed lack of coverage as a journalist in my prior life on the 2019 operating agreement. So when I announced my run for supervisor in May of 2019, I also announced that I halted all political coverage on the website that I ran. And so the operating agreement was approved 5 months later after that. So there wouldn't have been any coverage from me on that topic, positive, negative, or neutral. And it would have been neutral. As far as questions that I have, as far as the public concern goes, to go off of what Supervisor Dirks mentioned, one of the most broached question marks that we have and concerns from the public is the rate structure for tipping fees, with out-of-county users paying much lower, we have almost double the rates for in-county users compared with out-of-county. Can someone on the staff or the consultant please clarify, is it correct then that we as a county are at an inherent disadvantage because our financials are all public record, and we don't know Waste Connection's full financial picture, such as its profit from the landfill? The basic question, is it fair to say we're at an inherent disadvantage with this negotiation?
Joel's winning on negotiations.
Two pieces, sorry. And if I got the rest of your question, it was a question kind of at why we can't show
Yeah, I'll get to the
revenue.
tipping fees. That was contextual. But is it fair that we're at an inherent disadvantage because all of our financial information is public record, whereas theirs is not? And as far as I understand, they're not providing that.
You're correct. There's certain information under the operating agreement that we do have, that they have to give us certain operational costs each year, and so we have that. We do not know their full capital costs. We don't know their full costs. We have requested that. They are not required, like a public agency, to provide that to us. So we can tell you what their net revenue is, but we cannot tell you all the operating costs that go in to actually tell you at the end of the day what the revenue is there. As to the market rate, if I didn't explain that earlier on in-county versus out-of-county.
Okay. And then I know this is in hindsight, but the history with this switch from a percentage-based revenue model to a flat depletion fee, and I know going forward it looks like if there is an expansion, we would move back to the percentage-based fee, but do we know what the rationale for that was? Because it looks like we've lost some significant revenue due to that.
That was a prior board made that decision.
Yeah.
I didn't work on those negotiations, and we have the agreements in front of us, but they, as to what was negotiated or why, I couldn't speculate on that. I don't think we know, but that was just part of the negotiations, was going to that per ton fee.
And to move back to the, sorry.
Sorry, I think the assumption that it was going to be more revenue at that time.
Huh. Ouch. Yes. So what is the rationale for, can I ask, what is their stated rationale for the in-county fees? And I know you said there's other costs for the haulers, but when they get to the landfill, the fee they pay is almost basically half of what in-county users are paying. What is their stated rationale for why the in-county residents, who are the taxpayers who fund this landfill, we own that landfill, what is the rationale why our residents are paying double almost in tipping fees?
And I don't, at the risk of the public thinking I work for Waste Solutions again, which I don't, I don't feel like that's a fair question for me to answer. I've heard reasons that at the town hall, I've heard reasons when there is a self-haul, one individual truck coming, the cost maybe of operational is more work for that one truck, but I can't give you their justification on that. And they probably would say I wouldn't do an adequate job in doing that as well.
But could the rate structure theoretically mandate that in-county users aren't charged more than out-of-county users?
Yeah, so that's in the operating agreement. The operating agreement sets the rate for in-county, for packer, and for self-haul. So that is something that an operating agreement could provide, that the rate for in-county is X, or the rate doesn't raise, or that the rate stays at the same rate as out-of-county. So anything could be drafted to provide for that equity between the rates.
Okay. And then looking at these requests, I know you mentioned them several times, and there's several components where either they've said that they are going to pursue some sort of a credit or a second type of payback, reimbursements. What is the stated rationale for those requests from them, because it's not currently in the operating agreement, as you mentioned. And I'm just wondering, you know, is this essentially, I mean, is this just essentially a negotiation tactic? I don't quite understand them putting it out there that they're going to pursue something that they're not obligated to. I don't quite understand that. Have they stated the rationale for that?
So two pieces. One, the retroactive reimbursement of COLA, which I said I don't think is in the operating agreement. I don't think it's there. I don't think it contemplated it, and they have requested or indicate they might request that. But as to the credit for CEQA mitigation, it is in the operating agreement. And what was a little bit unique with the 2019 amendment is that it tried to anticipate a project that hadn't been applied for yet. We didn't have environmental, and tried to address how some of the mitigation would happen. And so it has the payments, and if you read the section on, for example, the $2 million payment for the realignment of John Smith Road, it doesn't say anything about a credit in that section. But later in the agreement, when you talk about CEQA, there's a sentence in there that says for certain payments, they could be entitled to request a dollar for dollar credit against CEQA mitigation. And those three are the dollar per ton for the road, the $2 million for the realignment of John Smith and Fairview, and the general fund payments that reach up to $2 million. What I see a concern with, though, is a lot of that money has already been paid to the county and spent by the county, and nothing in the operating agreement obligated the county to save that money to pay for future mitigation for a future project that would come in and a potential approval of an expansion project. So that money, that is money that's not sitting there waiting to be mitigation, essentially. But that's where that credit comes from. It is in the operating agreement, but it would take away those payments really being any benefit. Absent the operating agreement and covering that, CEQA would require the applicant here, Waste Solutions, to pay for the mitigation for its project. So they would be required under CEQA to pay for that mitigation if there was no operating agreement.
What's the rationale for the road impact fund? The $1 a ton payment, it's resulted in $846,000 over 3 years. What's the rationale for that going away if the expansion happens? And if there's an expansion, there's presumably going to be more trucks on the roads, more damage to the roads. And so do we understand that? Is there another source of revenue that's going to be used to fix all our roads then?
So the dollar per ton going away is just what was negotiated in the operating agreement upon expansion approval, and it actually ceased when out-of-county waste import stopped, but that's there. But what we do have is the fair share fee that is part of the draft EAR and part of the CEQA mitigation. So that the dollar per ton, I believe, was a negotiated amount to determine that. The county has its own consultants determining what an appropriate per ton amount would be, and there will be a CEQA mitigation measure that will make up for that and really, from an analysis level, make sure that it's enough for the life of the project.
Okay, and then what I took from the discussion about, I want to stay on roads for just a second. I just have a couple more questions, Mr. Chair. What I took from the discussion on the roads and the credits that they're going to be pursuing is that they want us to pay for all the road improvements going forward. Is that fair?
I wouldn't say all. I mean, I think that when you look at the number, if you say they have a full credit for everything, it'd be $4.8 million. And for a 65-year expansion, it's going to cost the county more than $4.8 million for road improvement. So the EAR, depending on the haul route that is ultimately chosen, there are improvements that need to happen right away. So I don't think the credit could ever cover the cost and impact to county roads over the life of the project, but it would think of it up front as a potential $4.8 million offset that the operating agreement anticipates really the county covering.
And then lastly, have we done an analysis as a county on the actual estimated future costs for road improvements related to the trucks in the landfill?
And that's being done right now by county. So the county retained its own consultants. My understanding is they've been out quarrying on the roads and taking samples and is doing that analysis, and we expect to have it mid-October. You will have that before you're asked to vote or decide on the expansion project.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions. I did have just a few comments. So looking back earlier this year, I personally requested this review of the operating agreement as a member of the landfill ad hoc. I can tell you I kept questioning staff because there's so many elements to this expansion and the operating agreement. The operating agreement is separate from the expansion. We just heard that. That's a very important delineation. And I just kept questioning staff, how do we address the financial aspects of this arrangement? Because there's all this concern, and it's valid concern out there about a lot of different aspects of this, but one of the big ones is the finances and the rate structure and this confusion, I would say, among our taxpayers about why are we as the local taxpayers paying so much more when we go to the landfill than the out-of-county users. And so it turned out that one of the many important provisions of all these debates and discussions we have are actually included in this operating agreement. And at that point, I felt it was vitally important and urgent to seek an amendment to the operating agreement. I also would say it's crucially important for transparency to put this operating agreement under the microscope for public dissection, and that's what we're doing today. Supervisor Gonzalez and I on the landfill ad hoc requested that this operating agreement be presented to the public so that the public has a full understanding of the finances and the position that the county's in this relationship. We've had an extraordinary abundance of feedback on various issues related to it. Much of that feedback relates to stipulations in the operating agreement and not the expansion proposal. And so the public has a wide variety of concerns, and a lot of those are being talked about today, such as traffic impacts and the disproportionate rates. It's important to stress there are distinctions between the landfill expansion and operating agreement. And I don't think the general public realizes that the operating agreement is, in my view, just as important as the landfill expansion consideration. So what's the best way to sum up the operating agreement as it relates to finances? I look at it as rates and revenue. Rates charged to customers and revenue received by the county. So therefore, logic indicated we should be just as focused on amending the operating agreement as the expansion proposal. And frankly, the economics have changed over time, even since the 2019 amendment to the operating agreement. And we have, perhaps more importantly, learned an abundance of new information from the EIR. It would be reckless of us as supervisors to ignore the operating agreement and to just take it for what it is and to just say, you know, there was a board in 2019 that unanimously approved this operating agreement. So therefore, we're stuck with it for the next 50 years. That is ludicrous. And I am not up here. I did not pursue this role as an elected leader in this community to stand by and allow our taxpayers, to have to take a back seat and to just say where our hands are tied when they're not tied. The inherent challenge here, as I said earlier, is that we don't get to see all of their financials. One side has an inherent advantage since all the information is public and all of our information is public, and none of theirs, most of theirs, is being disclosed to the level where we understand their profit margins. How do we know how good of a deal or how bad of a deal this is for the county if we don't know their costs or profit? We don't, and so we're left estimating to the best of our ability. And our estimates tell us that their profit margins are substantial, while we as a county are left wondering whether related revenue is enough to cover costs for impacts such as the immense damage to the roads and all the resources we put into this arrangement. And to anyone who is concerned, again, about this review of the operating agreement as a negative or the county is somehow reneging on a deal, the operating agreement was never meant to be set in stone. It's not a 50-year agreement. It's a fluid agreement. It is perfectly appropriate to consider revisions over time. It is actually a rational, responsible approach for the county to view the 2019 agreement. I just want to remind everyone, as we just saw in this presentation, that the operator came to the county in 2021 requesting an amendment of the operating agreement to allow for them to continue accepting out-of-county waste. So I'm hearing that it's okay for the operator to request an amendment when it fits them well, but somehow it's shunned upon for the county to look out for its taxpayers and do the responsible thing by requesting this amendment. Thank you.
I just had one question. Going back to the responsibility for closure and post-closure obligations, what is the ballpark figure for that responsibility to monitor and the ongoing liability?
For the counties?
No, for the
For
Waste Solutions.
Waste Solutions has, the way I think they have characterized that, I mean, it's hard, when you're talking something over the life, it's really, we don't know what happens, so it's not a number we could know for sure, but what they have looked at is the bonding requirements, what bonds they are required to have to anticipate that and what the state requires them to have. And it's about 13 million is what is anticipated on that piece. But it's a hard, you don't know that until
Approximate,
to look
okay.
into the future.
So that'll be a future expense to the operator that they have willingly taken on. I'm just trying to look at in terms of the dollars for dollars, what we're looking at. Yeah, just to see.
The closure, post-closure liability, there's two parts to it. There is the closure capping of the existing landfill, and that's about $6 million is what the estimate is. And then ongoing, there's post-closure maintenance, and that is estimated about another
12, 13, just to get an idea.
Yeah, so the total is about 13.8 million. But that is spread out over the life of the landfill. So if you take that and you amortize it over, the from 2014 to whenever the landfill closes, I kind of calculate what that number was. It was about 600,000 a year if you take that. And then, as Bree had mentioned in her presentation, the county still maintains liability for the groundwater issues in Module 1. And so that stays with the county, I believe, Bree. And right now, that's $30,000 a year is what we're paying in operating maintenance on that groundwater extraction system. If you total that over, the same time period, that's about $1 million. And it could be more with, if we have repair costs and things like that associated with that.
Okay, thank you.
Does that clarify?
Yes, thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of follow-up questions. Supervisor Gonzalez touched on a question I was going to ask you, and to ask the question in a different way, these two questions both relate to, if we were to not approve an expansion, and let's say there's a scenario where in 15 years or less, this landfill closes, potentially, because the county doesn't have the financial wherewithal to run it on its own. What would be am I right in thinking that, to Supervisor Gonzalez's question, that cost for closure and maintenance of closure would then fall upon the county, as opposed to Waste Solutions many years down the road? And so what would be the cost of closure? Again, is it that 13 million, although, I know that we're talking about different time frame. And also I know as part of the agreement, Waste Solutions would be responsible for closing the hazardous waste site. And of course, we would take on that responsibility. Is that part of the numbers that we were just hearing?
And in post-closure liability, it's a really large. We've kind of simplified it for today's purposes, but there's nothing in the operating agreement that if there's no expansion project, that somehow the responsibility that they took on transfers back to the county. So the closure responsibilities they have would remain, whether or not there's an expansion project. The closure and maintenance responsibilities that the county has would remain with or without an expansion project. And so we each really have continuing obligations that the operating agreement doesn't change that dynamic with an approval or not approval of the expansion of this.
Okay. And what about for this hazardous waste site? Is that a separate issue?
So the expansion project is proposing to clean close, if it's the full proposed project, to clean close and take out the hazardous waste. And so that would decrease, or in theory, right, that should decrease the responsibilities and closing afterwards or down the future, or potential contamination from that. There is no proposal to clean close that or to take that hazardous waste out without an expansion project. And so the county would maintain responsibility on that piece of it, and the city.
Yeah, that's the city of Hollister.
Oh, okay. That'd be okay. And then a separate question is: have we looked at yet what the potential costs would be? Again, this is if in the event that ultimately this the landfill is closed, what the cost of a transfer station would be to the county, and more importantly, what the increased cost to residents would be for, I guess, the so-called tipping fee, if instead the county trash had to be transferred out. Have we looked at that yet?
We've done some preliminary numbers on that. I don't know that we've shared those or ready to share those, but if you are, do you want one?
If you're good with ballpark.
Yeah, I'd be curious ballpark, and then if there's going to be a more definitive answer before we make a decision, that would obviously be helpful, because that's also a critical component of ultimately the decision we have to make and weigh.
Right. So very ballpark, and we haven't done the level of analysis on the transfer station alternative as we have on the other various tonnage alternatives. But just ballpark for a transfer station capital costs are probably in the $6 to $8 million range. The land, that doesn't necessarily include the land. And so whether you site that transfer station on the existing landfill, or if you purchase another site, on the existing landfill, then you don't have that land cost. Operating costs on it, I don't have specific numbers. I think that they would be higher than what you're seeing at the landfill as far as, the gate rates. So I think the cost would likely be higher coming into the transfer station. But unfortunately, we don't have the numbers for that yet.
But you are going to be looking at that, and maybe we'll have some kind of an estimate.
I can certainly look at that.
I think that would be really helpful.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Just to tag on to that, is part of that analysis going to be looking at the cost from Recology too, for no longer being able to use the landfill, and the cost of using a transfer station? So are the curbside rates going to go up for residents if we don't have an expansion?
Yeah, we can include that.
So, there is a slide, 2036 snapshot, no expansion. It says basically negative 75 cents a ton. Is that cost to the county?
Yeah, if you take into account the costs of the ground, we have the groundwater remediation, we have staff, so if you take in the costs at that point, it is a loss to the county.
Yeah, and obviously, yeah, that's what I expected. I just had a couple questions. One is the fact that there was what was it, like a deferral of the COLA for those 2 years? Why was there, it was suspended. What was the reason for the suspension of the COLA? Was it because of COVID, or?
I don't know. I mean, it was part of the amendment to the 2019 amendment. It was negotiated as a piece of it.
That was basically it. It was part of the negotiations, and it was to increase our revenues for the county. So it was basically putting on hold the COLA until everything was done. Yeah.
Okay. And then the Packer rates you mentioned versus the self, are those transfer rates? Is that?
So the Packer rates in county is the Recology trucks. That's what Recology is paying, and that's under the franchise agreement. And then self-haul is individuals who don't have mandatory curbside pickup, who are bringing, in a pickup truck or however, their own waste themselves to the landfill.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make that distinction. So, I mean,
One point about the Recology rate. So there's different various factors that set those
Cost-wise.
rates for our residents and our businesses. The disposal cost is one component of that, but recycling is a different facility, different rate component, and then organics is also another.
separation of garbage, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, so that would be like the gross cost to the consumer, basically, right?
Well, and then for the facility, the operating cost for if there's any increase within those. But for our disposal, those rates have been very consistent
Okay.
at $44.75.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I have a few thoughts. So just in general, obviously, it seems like bad negotiations personally, because this is supposed to be a presentation about, and I'm not saying, those that presented, so this has nothing to do with, but just the fact that there's kind of this sentiment somehow that they would recover costs for roads that the trucks that are coming from out of county are actually something that we should be carrying the burden for. Just makes zero sense to me. So retroactive mitigation credits, I think that's just a fancy word for you fix the roads that we're going to pay for. I think it's kind of a little bit of a insult to the general public. It's just bad negotiations, right? Transparency is a huge element. The public is obviously paying attention. The landfill has a lot of sentiment. I don't think there's any logic in not presenting at least a little bit of a transparent face to this. And again, this doesn't weigh on the presenters, right? You guys were just presenting the facts and obviously representing the county's interest. The other thing that I was thinking about is the fact that there's got to be an assumed cost for the future for the business, right? That by default means they're probably trying to plan for basically a devaluing asset. That asset's going to shrink in value because as it starts to get used, it's officially basically going to be a loss of income for this business. And I have a hard time imagining they're not adding that into the equation as far as their costs. One thing was very clear was after 2014, which obviously was a failed negotiation, really put us in speeding up the consumption of our landfill because of the fact that the margins were healthier for the company. So that means out-of-county waste became viable to the business. So that to me is just, and the hardest part is I understand that there's revenue that the county can benefit from, but it's all relative, right? Because if we're paying for roads in the future that we're fixing today, that they've, basically these trucks damaged, then it's really not a revenue, right? I don't see how debt against the future is actually revenue to the county. So the biggest thing that stood out to me was the expansion was negative twofold, or well, not necessarily opposing the expansion, but I know the potential, right? I think we need a landfill. I don't agree with getting rid of it because that's obviously going to increase costs. The hard part is there's two elements, right? Is the failed negotiation and the consumption of the landfill use is sped up to the point where it seems like the only thing that's really going to have a stabilizing factor is lowering the consumption of out-of-county waste. And somehow that needs to be, I think, the sentiment. That's just my, as one board member opinion, that needs to be the sentiment. How do we slow down out-of-county waste, increase the life cycle of that landfill, ultimately to the benefit of our residents over those that are, granted, I understand that they need to offset their costs and they need to make money, they're a business. That's why I don't think, personally, I've always had the opinion that a landfill should not be considered a revenue generator because it's a depleting asset. It's something that's going to go away at one point in time, right? There's only so much space to be used to be dumping your garbage. And now with the regulatory element, it's only becoming a heavier burden for us as a county, as well as obviously the assumed cost that the business has to take up. But by default, because they're negotiators, they're going to do what they can to make sure that the county carries as much of a burden. And honestly, I think, just my honest opinion, it was probably not the wisest thing for them to accept a 2014 landfill agreement where they obviously changed it from a percentage which was beneficial to the county. It would be easier to argue. Now it's probably harder because we've officially adopted a cost per ton, which obviously has shown just we're losing our revenue generation to be able to cover the cost of this landfill are only harder to assume now, right? Because we've lost, they're making more, we're making less, right? So now we have less ability to manage. So those are just my final thoughts. I think we do need to go forward with something that renegotiates this to the benefit of our residents. What that is, I'm not sure. Obviously, that's left to the ad hoc, but that's my sentiments when it comes to this landfill. Any other thoughts? If not, I guess we can move on to the next item. Thank you very much.
I just want to thank the presenters. It was a really great presentation.
We have some people standing by for a closed session at 12 o'clock. It's up to you whether we go to closed session now, but we do have multiple attorneys standing by.
Okay. Well, we don't want to pay what we don't have to. So if it's okay with the board, is there another item that the public was here for before we move to closed session? I don't see. So yeah, if we can consider closed session, if the board is okay. Okay. County Counsel?
Yes. Okay, so number 4.1, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9. Name of the case is National Prescription Opiate Litigation, MDL 2804 in the United States Judicial Panel on the Multi-District Litigation, case number CANS 4:18 CV 02733. 4.2 is closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9. Name of case is San Benito versus Sunny Slope County Water District in the Superior Court of California, County of San Benito. Case number CU 20-00068. 4.3 closed session, conference with a public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. And lastly, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives Burke, Dunphy, Ray Espinoza, Henny, Ring, Barbara Thompson, Elvia Barocio, and employee organizations, institutions, association, law enforcement, management employees group, SEIU Local 521, Deputy Sheriff's Association, confidential management employees, appointed department heads, and unrepresented employees. SEIU Local 2015, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6.
Thank you, County Council. C. Espinoza, how long?
1 hour.
1 hour, okay.
Was there any public comment on those?
If we can get public comment, Madam Clerk, before we go.
Members of the public, please, those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No public comment.
Okay, so we'll be back at almost 1 o'clock, 12:57. Thank you, everybody. All right, 122, so I know we're supposed to do item 1.2, but I have a 2 o'clock time I have to leave, so if it's the will of the board, we could move item 1.6 up just to make sure we have a good opportunity for discussion, or we could move it to a different date.
We have a few items that require a 4/5, so just,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
So
4.2.
Yeah, the 1.2 requires a 4/5.
that one does.
Yeah, and I'd like to get that done.
Do that next.
Okay.
And then, do you want to move the other one, or we?
Yeah, so it just, if time doesn't allow, then we might have to move 1.6 to a future agenda item. So, okay, regular agenda, so we're back, it's 1:23. RMA, Abraham.
Mr. Chair, can County Council?
Oh, yeah, we got to report out, County Council.
Yes, there was one reportable action. It was on agenda item 4.1. The board authorized on a 5-0 vote to delegate authority to county council to execute a backstop agreement, an agreement regarding the Malincroft bankruptcy, and also authority to enter an agreement regarding the division of funds with two healthcare districts in Southern California, none of which have been finalized yet, so they're in progress.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, County Council. Abraham? There you are.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good afternoon. At your regular meeting of September 13th, your board adopted Resolution 2022-103, essentially initiating a general plan amendment to remove or modify the 4 new community study areas within the 2035 San Benito County General Plan. And also, your board directed staff to come back today for the regular meeting of September 27th with an urgency ordinance for your board to consider. And this is an ordinance per 65858 of the Government Code. And in regards to that section of the Government Code, that section mandates a 2-step process. The first step is what we're doing today, is essentially bringing before you a 45-day urgency ordinance to prohibit any type of residential housing within the 4 new community study areas within the process of the general plan amendment. But the first step is only to enact it for 45 days. The second step would be to come back before you to extend that 45-day process. And the request would be to extend it an additional 10 months and 15 days for a total of 1 year. As mentioned at the September 13th Board of Supervisors meeting, staff feels confident that the general plan amendment process can take approximately 6 months, maybe a little bit more, but potentially even less. We've been working very closely with our Assistant County Counsel, Joel, and he's been helping us out tremendously with this item. And so we feel confident that 1 year would be enough. However, there is an option to extend the 45-day period to an additional 22 months and 15 days for a total of 2 years. And that, though, would require that we come back before you with a public notice on the newspaper that would be published for 10 days. And that would put us at coming back before you for the first reading, not first reading, but for the 45 days for the first step, at your second meeting of October. However, as mentioned, though, we feel confident that this step, as we're moving forward with today, the 45-day today, and then directing staff to come back before you and on the first meeting of October for the additional 10.5 months should suffice. So with that, staff recommends that the board adopt the urgency interim ordinance pursuant to Government Code Section 65858 to prohibit new residential subdivision development in the new community study areas of the county while the general plan amendment process, as you approved with Resolution 2022-103, is underway, effective for 45 days. And then 2, set a public hearing date for October 11th, 2022 to consider the extension of the interim ordinance to be effective for a period of up to an additional 10 months and 15 days, which would be a total of 1 year. Thank you. At this point, I would be happy to answer any questions. We also have legal counsel here if there's any legal questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. So if we can go to the public before we get to the board.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. And this is Liam McLaughlin. I hope I'm speaking at the right time. I'm with CIU 521, and I just wanted to appreciate that you guys are pulling, for now, the item 1.6, the procedural change. And I just wanted to mention that, we appreciate the intent, which was to protect employees from board oversight.
Actually, the not 1.6, we're doing 1.2 right now, just to clarify.
No public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Tiffany.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't have any questions. I think, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think we've already talked about this quite a bit. I'd like to stick, frankly, with the 1 year option or the 10 days, 10 months, 15 days, because I won't be here, but I think it would be good to get it done within that period of time as soon as possible. So, I'm ready to make a motion if and when everyone else is ready. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no one else, can I get a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion, as Abraham just said, that we adopt the urgency interim ordinance pursuant to Government Code Section 65858 to prohibit new residential subdivision development in the new community study areas of the county while the general plan amendment process is underway, effective for 45 days. And we set a public hearing date for our next meeting on October 11th to consider adoption of an extension of the interim ordinance to be effective for a period of up to an additional 10 months and 15 days for a total of 1 year.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Mr. Chair, I'd ask for a roll call vote, please. There's a 4/5 vote
Requirement. Point taken.
Okay.
Can I get a roll call vote? Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Dirks?
Yes.
Kosmicki?
Aye.
Gonzalez?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Tiffany?
Aye.
5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're on to item 1.3.
Were you gonna actually move 1.6 up?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. So if it's the will of the board, we can do 1.6 right now. Yes? Just want to make sure we have an opportunity for conversations. This was, just so people know, Supervisor Kosmicki asked the question about bringing forward rules and procedures, right, to clarify. I know there was questions from the public, and I supported him bringing it forward, obviously wanting to make sure that this is not violating the Brown Act, so we wanted to have the public, or the full board in public, to be able to talk about this. So, CAO Espinoza?
Dulce has got a few, she'll be able to comment on this item. Dulce Alonso.
So, good afternoon, board. The changes, I'm going to just pull up the red line and we can go over the proposed changes. Let me share the screen. But while he's sharing, I can go over them. There's essentially two changes. One would be adding under E. Oh, there we go. Under E, we would be adding K, which is a procedural determination or a decision on any point of order made by the chair shall be final unless the first and second of the membership calls for a vote, which would then require a 3/5 vote for whatever's on question, whether to overrule the chair's decision. So that's one proposed change that would be implemented. And then the other is implementing a section on conduct. And do you guys want me to read through each bullet point or? Yes, okay. So conduct with other members, staff, members should practice civility, decorum in discussion and debate. B would be positive workplace environment. Members should support the maintenance of a positive and constructive workplace environment for the county employees and members of the community dealing with the board. C would be civil and safe disclosure. In order to preserve a harmonious, safe, and civil atmosphere that is conducive to productive disclosure, no member shall make belligerent, personal, slanderous, threatening, abusive, or disparaging comments regarding staff members, other board members, or members of the public. No such statement, nor shouting or physical action that could be construed as threatening will be tolerated. D would be operating issues regarding county personnel. The county is managed by the CAO and staffed with human resource professionals. Board members should not become involved individually in county personnel matters. Operational issues involving county employees should be directed to the CAO's office and or the Human Resource Department. And then the final one would be enforcement of these rules. A violation of those rules, and especially serious or repeated violations, may be enforced at the direction of the board by various mechanisms, including but not limited to censorship or removal from committees. And those are the proposed changes that are being brought before you for your consideration.
Okay, before we bring it back to the board, if we can get public comment.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elias Salinas.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon. So this behavior that has caused this to come forward is what has been happening within the city of Hollister. Okay. What you are mentioning now is minuscule. I've gone through it with the city of Gilroy, and there are no consequences. So you're going to make a decision based on a complaint. So is the complaint, again, like we did with fireworks and you did with other ordinances, that it's my word against my neighbor, and my neighbor's making a complaint, and it's not true, but my neighbor and I are going at it. So how is the board implementing this going to, what is your procedure to confirm what is being complained about is actually existing? Or is it just going to be the neighbor doesn't want to talk to me and I'm just going to make a complaint? And I'm going to make another complaint, and I'm going to make another complaint, and that individual, you sitting up there, are going to get a bad reputation because you may not be getting along, or you may not be in agreement with a certain individual that now this procedure is being used against you. I'm not saying that it's going to happen. I'm not saying that it has happened, but you must have some kind of accountability to confirm that your neighbor that's making a complaint against you is a valid complaint. What is the procedure along with this? What are the consequences if your neighbor makes a false complaint? So there's more to it than that. This is just, I think it's great. I don't even think you should be having this conversation, but you're having it. But what are the consequences? What are the procedures? And how do you validate what is being said? Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. This is Liam with SEIU 521. Thanks for pointing me towards the right time. As I was saying, we appreciate the concern to protect employees from board overreach. However, even amongst those changes that were presented, our concern is that the county employees will first go to their departments, their department heads, their supervisors, their managers. If there's a serious problem, for instance, as there is currently going on in behavioral health, which I know you guys are working hard on, but if there's a serious problem and change is slow or not quite happening, the way that our employees feel like it should be happening, our last recourse is to go to the board and appeal to the board directly. Hey, this is what's going on in our frontline workforce. This is how public services are being hurt. This is how the public is suffering, right? So that channel to the board, to our elected officials, is really, really crucial. So I'm just commenting to say that as you continue to adjust and edit that language, please add something that says that wouldn't block a board member from meeting with a county employee or a group of county employees at their request to discuss what's going on in the workplace. I hope that makes sense. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions or clarity on what we're looking for in this. And again, I appreciate you all for your efforts to protect our employees. Thank you.
No further public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Dirks, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Actually, I've been a big proponent of us doing this process, going through the governance process and writing up the policy and procedures and as it stands. However, in light of the fact that we're only a couple months away from having a new board, I'm really not sure it's worth the time, effort, and energy to do this right now. So I'd actually like to make a motion to move this to a time certain date in February, because there's going to be at least 2 of us on the board not here, potentially 3. And I think it's only fair to the new board coming in that they weigh in and not have to adopt these policies and procedures. We're just going to have to go around the fence again with the new board. And so I feel like we just need to wait on it for now. That's my personal feeling. So I'd actually like to motion that we move it to a time certain date in February, one of the February board meetings of 2023.
If you could
I'll second that.
If you could hold your motion, Supervisor Dirks, just because I want to make sure that we give everybody a chance.
Actually, there's a first and a second on the table.
And I appreciate that, Supervisor Gonzalez. That obviously means second opens up dialogue. It doesn't close it. So, so if there's anybody else that would like to have input.
I'd be supportive of that motion as well.
Mr. Chair?
Sure.
I don't quite understand, with all due respect, I don't quite understand the motion, because all we're talking about is amending existing board rules. We're not redoing the board rules. We're just adding 3 rules to the table. And, you know, I brought this forward with Chairman Hernandez. We had a discussion after the prior meeting, And the board rules are just something that we should always continually analyze to determine if, how we can improve the rules and our procedural decorum. And, for me, it's just an effort to make sure we're all on the same page. It's not to be antagonistic or have animos toward any individuals. We can all be passionate at times, but I think we have to be proactive in light of a few things that recently happened, and make sure that we're doing our best, to all get along with each other and remain civil, and to, just as a reminder that, we're county supervisors up here, and we have to, there has to be a certain level of civility. I understand, again, the passion last week, but to be at a point where we're having to call a recess. And again, Supervisor, I didn't even want to name Supervisor Gonzalez, but it's obvious that we're addressing at least the back and forth that happened last meeting, and and the main thing, these are 3 different rules, but we don't have to adopt all 3 of them either. I'll throw that out there. I mean, for one, if the chairman of the board or chairwoman of the board calls a point of order, I don't understand how we can be okay with somebody just shouting over that. And that, you're essentially, Supervisor Dirks and Tiffany, you're essentially endorsing that you're endorsing that behavior. You're okay with it, at least for another 5 months. I mean, and that's where I don't quite understand it. I don't understand what the point is of putting this off until February. There really isn't any logic to it. So that's the main one to me. That's a slam dunk. If the chair, whether it's me that's going overboard, I'm not perfect. I think none of us are perfect, obviously. That goes without saying. Earlier, I made a statement about, the fact that Samuel High School is obviously in the jurisdiction of the city. Well, I was wrong. So I made a statement that was very strong, and I was wrong, and I admit that. None of us are perfect, but I think we have to have board rules that are meaningful, and to not have at least a rule in place that says, look, if the chair speaks up and calls a point of order, the person who's being called to order, whether that's myself or whoever, you have to get a majority of the board to overrule that. I just don't understand why that's not a slam dunk, to be really honest. The other concern I have here, I understand the union's concern, and I actually responded when I got the email over the weekend and said, I totally get your concern, and I think we should address that in the conversation. I think there should be some language in the board rules if we were to adopt a rule that says, supervisors are either strongly discouraged or you're not to get involved in regular staff operations, but with the exception of union activities. If the union as a whole feels the need to contact a supervisor, then I certainly don't want to get in the way of that being allowed. We're not here to quell the unions or to quell the union's voice at all. That has nothing to do with that. It's just, to me, it was just, I think hopefully we can have a positive discussion about, let's all remind ourselves, our role as supervisors is primarily as policymakers. It's not to get involved in day-to-day operations. And if we think that we should be getting involved in day-to-day operations, a whole bunch of these people sitting in this room are going to be out of here within a couple years, because nobody wants to deal with that. They already have a boss. They already have several bosses. They don't need a county supervisor pressuring them or, getting involved with their daily jobs. It's just, so that I feel pretty strongly about. And and I understand that we're a small county, and we don't have staffs, so we don't get that luxury of Monterey and all these other counties where, a staff member might be able to, be an intermediary of sorts. And it has been clearly communicated to us that being a small county and the CAO is pretty strapped himself, that, if we get a complaint from a resident, or there's certain things that are just kind of, I think, no-brainers. You get a complaint from a resident, or a road needs to be fixed, or a pothole, and I've done this in the past. I might email Steve, and say, hey, just letting you know, there's this or that. I try very hard not to make it seem like I'm pressuring a staff member in any way. I also think that occasionally it's so minuscule that I won't even CC Ray. But I think we could add that and just make it clear. Look, if you're going to communicate, just CC Ray. He can look at it if he wants. He can give a thumbs up or whatever if he wants. But so those two to me, I just thought were really important. And then how can we not have a rule about not using slanderous language and demeaning language toward our staff members? Again, if you want to put it off, and this isn't being personal, I'm just being honest. If you're wanting to put that off until February, to me, you're endorsing that behavior. And that, I just don't quite understand that. I don't quite understand why we're proposing a rule that says no slanderous, belligerent, offensive language towards staff members. If you're saying you don't want to approve that rule, a very simple rule, then you are endorsing that. And I know you're going to disagree, but you're endorsing that behavior. You're saying, let Mindy Sotelo, let Angela Cura, and either Betsy or Dom make that decision in February. And so I didn't expect this coming in. I thought there was going to be pretty wide consensus here that these are pretty simple rules. Maybe we'll debate a little bit about the staff operations thing because we're a small county. But to not have a rule, again, that the chair has the authority of the meeting and that we're not to use slanderous, belligerent language in public towards staff members, I don't get it. So I'm a little off script here. I don't usually go off script. I'm just, I'm disappointed. And I think these three amendments are very basic. They're necessary. They'll promote civility. I want to be civil. I don't want to, I think Supervisor Gonzalez and I thought you were being passionate. For me, it's not, I don't want to have antagonism. I think Supervisor Gonzalez brings a unique voice to the board. She's very, very passionate, and I appreciate that. And I just think what happened last week, it's just one of those learning moments for me. I was hoping that we could learn from that and say, what can we do? I feel like we have to do something. We're not going to respond. We're just going to call recesses.
I'll speak a little bit,
Okay.
Supervisor.
I'm done.
Kosmicki,
Thank
but
you.
Before I speak, honestly, because it's my job as a chair to manage the conversations, which, just to be clear, and the language itself, to be fair, I was pretty honest with Supervisor Kosmicki that I do not like just even the talk of censorship. I don't want to go the way of the city of Hollister. I think I want to protect First Amendment rights. I firmly believe them. I'd be more than happy to protect anybody from the public like Elia that would even disagree with me and say what she wants to say. She has a right to say it. So anyways, but I'll leave it at that. And at the end of the day, the goal is unity and uniformity. Supervisor Gonzalez, if you want to respond, go ahead and
Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but since my name has been brought up a couple of times, I might as well. Let's just call it for what it is. This is a power grab. This is a power grab by Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Kosmicki, and I just won't be complicit in it. Now, the last meeting we had, I will agree, it did self-destruct, but it was the procedure that you, Mr. Chair, did not follow. You allowed every single supervisor up here to speak up, and then you silenced me. Maybe because my voice was antagonistic, it was passionate, it was angry, but that's the part that I disagree with. And this here, this motion, this item in front of us, just shows me how much you lack the ability to be the chair. And I don't want to attack you. I'm just saying this is not appropriate right now for this place and time. We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. I would say we call for the vote, and rather than rehash this, let's just call for the vote.
Well, since I manage the meeting, it's just, I want to make sure we have discourse, right? So again, that's why I gave you the floor to speak. Supervisor Gonzalez the only goal was to create a standard, right? I do have concerns, and I do disagree. I've shared it before. I don't, and you have every right to think whether I'm competent or not. That's separate. My point is we hire people to administrate the duties, the will of the policymakers, which is the Board of Supervisors. If we do not believe that they're competent, then we should not hire them. But if we have staff, and especially with your concerns, which were valid concerns, That is the reason why we actually have this study happening specifically on addressing those concerns. So there's a process being implemented. The will of the board was pretty clear that they support it. And at the end of the day, I do not believe in sidestepping administration and ultimately trying to get involved in considerably my concern, and I might be wrong, but even with county council sentiment and the governance study, Davis and Babs had mentioned is there's potential concerns, liability, even when it comes down to operations, because we're getting into maybe possible negotiations, and some of the sentiments that were said might even put us in legal issues with what was said about our CAO. So I want to manage good discourse. I want everybody to have an opportunity. And like I said, the language itself right here, to me, it means it's less about the language and more about us talking. Supervisor Kosmicki got involved in highlighting the language or in putting that language in there. Again, I had concerns with the whole idea of just even adding censorship in there, because I do not believe in censoring any board member. But the point is the goal of this, and that's why I wanted to make sure we didn't violate the Brown Act, which is why it had to come forward. In my honest opinion, is as much as I respect your ability to get involved in the conversation or to have the right to speak, Supervisor Kosmicki had concerns, and there was considerable concerns on my end with what I just mentioned. But to finalize my points is, it's trying to strike a balance between good discourse on the dais, respecting the will of the board, which in that moment when that conversation was happening, I basically gavelled that we needed to stop. And it wasn't to stop you from addressing your concerns, but what you were actually mentioning was operations. And that's what we had agreed on that we didn't want to happen. And at the end of the day, it sounded like the will of the board wasn't to support getting into operations conversations. So because there wasn't, to Supervisor Kosmicki's point, if Supervisor Tiffany or Dirks would have said, Supervisor Hernandez, we want to hear what Supervisor Gonzalez has to say, I would have had to basically take a step back and allowed it to happen, because the will of the board would have been the majority at that point to support her going on. But that didn't happen. And I asked for you to please stop, and ultimately it didn't happen. So I don't want to see this free-for-all. I don't think it's good for us to look divided as a board. I want to make sure the public understands that we're united. And that's why it took, I think, a strong stance to have to do that, right? And I've always respected you, Supervisor Gonzalez. So ultimately, preserving the First Amendment rights of a fellow board member, that's part of the balance. There's a fine line between discourse with staff and then getting into operations and potential negotiations. And then finally, ensuring that that the chair is managing good discourse. Like I said, if there was the will of the board to support you're going on about your statement, then I wish I would have heard that, but I didn't. So those are my main points of why I needed this to come forward. Again, not trying to violate the Brown Act. It needed to happen in public. Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, let me just make a couple comments. Responding to Supervisor Kosmicki, I mean, I'm generally for everything that's here, with one primary exception. I do think the language under the operational issues regarding county personnel needs to be changed, and I think primarily, unless it's a policy-driven policy as opposed to operational issue, that there can be personnel issues that are policy-driven. I think that should be part of the change, and I do think there should be some other tweaks. But the main reason why I support Supervisor Dirks's motion to delay this is not because I don't think that we obviously do want to be harmonious. We do want to have civil discourse, et cetera, in the next whatever we have, 3 or 4 meetings remaining of the year, 5 meetings, whatever it is. And obviously I would hope that we will continue to have that. The main reason, I guess, is I look at it from a more positive standpoint to delay it to next year is because it is going to be a new board, and there's going to be at least 2 of us that are replaced, possibly 3, but it's going to be a new board no matter what. And the new board members, I think this is a very important issue. And I think it's very important, as we talked about during the conversation on governance, that very early on that the new board and the new board members have an opportunity to really get educated on how they should conduct, business in a public manner. And I think that this would be an opportunity for them to, take this issue up, and for them to vote on it is a positive thing, because it's a new board and they are, supporting it. As opposed to if we pass it today, then frankly, it may not even come up after the first year. So that's the reason why I'm in support of delaying it. It's almost the end of the year. I think it makes more sense for the new board to take this up. I just wanted to explain that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just in response, Supervisor Kosmicki, it certainly is not at all an endorsement of not agreeing with the language, although there is language. I agree actually with Supervisor Hernandez and some of that censorship piece of it. I mean, I'm a journalist and too as well, and that's really, really important to me that people have a voice regardless of where it's at. And then also to the piece that Liam brought up with SEIU, just really making sure that language is very clear. I mean, we can really kind of get into the weeds of it all. I don't, by not supporting it, it doesn't mean that I don't endorse those kinds of philosophies or viewpoints by any means. I think it's exactly what Supervisor Tiffany said, and it sets the tone for the new board. It sets an ownership piece of it. There's going to be a new chair. All of that goes hand in hand together, and perhaps if that had happened, I mean, I entered into the game late, obviously, but perhaps if that had happened at the beginning, then perhaps we wouldn't even be having this conversation today with the existing board, So I think they deserve that opportunity. And I may or may not be sitting here. I don't really, this is honestly, this is exactly where I think we need to be. I think we need to let the new board we have 5 meetings left, I really just don't think, I'm very concerned, like Supervisor Tiffany, that if we vote on this now, then when is it going to come up again? So
it would be part of the new governance, but I will respect the will of the board. Yeah.
Can I say just one final thing?
Sure, go ahead, Supervisor.
For me, I'm not a power grab. I know it's just words. I don't care about power. I mean, for me to even run for supervisor was a leap. I've never been somebody that pursued power. I just want civility, and I just want all of us, you and me, we're definitely going to be on the board next year. I want you and me to get along well. I want there to be rules so it prevents me or you from at some point maybe being triggered, and because we're all emotional. To me, it's just all about civility and to really protect this organization and to make sure that we don't become that stereotypical small local government, where everyone's yelling at each other and all that sort of stuff. We've seen it at the city of Hollister. We even had an instance, at the board a few years ago when there was some pretty hasty stuff going on. I will say that just as if we're not going to approve rules, I'm just going to ask all of us, including myself, to please be cognizant of our staff and when we're talking about issues, and not only because I think we all want our staff to feel like this is a welcoming, positive workplace, but also, frankly, because we don't want to put ourselves in a position where have liability because we're maybe saying a word that's a little too strong in a certain environment. So just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah, my final comments is it was a tough thing to bring this forward, Supervisor Gonzalez, but I know that there was concerns, and I wanted to happen in a right process, transparent process, and this is how it, right, making sure you're a part of the conversation. But just final point is, even to what Supervisor Kosmicki had mentioned, is we have rules, we have a process, right? We're amending them with the governance handbook with the intent of trying to get the full board on the same page, working in the same direction, understanding what our jobs and duties are as policymakers to make sure that we have the right direction for staff to know exactly what the will of the board is. That's why whatever the rules are in place, we should respect those rules and make sure that if there is in strong sentiments, if there is the will of the board, it's still considered when those strong sentiments come up. Because it doesn't matter how right I am, if the will of the board says no, then what can you do besides move on? Because the will of the board has officially spoken. And I just want to keep that healthy discourse as a board together. So that was the intent of this. Yeah. So either way, thank you all. If we can, so we got a second. What is the will of the board? I didn't know if Supervisor Gonzalez was going to speak.
No, we're just trying to vote on.
So yeah, we got a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
4-1. Thank you. So, Supervisor Kozmicki.
All right. We are on to item 1.3, presentation and delegate authority for CO to negotiate and approve a one-year lease with 3CE at 710 Flynn Road for the feasibility and potential renewable energy storage project.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is, we have Warren Tomlinson here on behalf of 3CE with regards to storage. As you're aware, Supervisor Kozmicki being part of 3CE, they're definitely making some headway with regards to storage, looking at other resources to reduce our carbon footprint. So with that, we've earmarked some property that potentially we could use. So Warren is here to elaborate a little further on that and next steps with that. So Warren.
Thank you. My name is Warren Tomlinson. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. I appreciate your time. I'm here representing 3CE on this project. I have a couple of slides I want to work through pretty quickly, but by all means, if there's any questions, please stop and ask, and I can anchor where necessary. But I imagine most of you are pretty familiar with this material, and I'll come to the point at the end. 3C, Central Coast Community Energy, is the largest community choice aggregator in the state of California. As Mr. Espinoza had mentioned, they're starting a very huge push towards renewable elements into their portfolio, which includes standalone storage or batteries. Front-of-the-meter storage benefits. 3CE has a very aggressive goal to be 100% renewable ahead of the state of California's stated goals, and that is not possible without attached network storage or batteries. And so batteries provide numerous services and benefits both to the local community and to the grid as a whole. Specifically, they enable load-serving entities like 3CE to manage what is commonly known in California as the duck curve. So the duck curve is shown here at the bottom. A cyan line, that little light bluish line, this is the normal load. This is on I think it's the 18th of May. This is from CAISO. And this is what this is the state of California needs in terms of power. The purple line is the net demand. And the reason why it's so low in the middle of the day is because solar. All right, so we have a lot of folks have solar in their homes, businesses have solar on their rooftops. And so the actual net demand that CAISO sees is much, much lower in the middle of the day, but then it peaks in the evening. And what a battery does is it'll take the excess energy during the middle of the day, it fills its tanks, as it were, it loads up on energy, and then it can dispatch that energy in the evening, and it can reduce that high peak demand in the evening. And this is absolutely essential. As a primary source of our renewable energy comes from solar, the batteries allow us to distribute that energy to later times of the day when the sun's obviously not out. For specifically San Benito County, as Mr. Espinoza pointed out, there is a parcel of land at 710 Flynn Road that is being considered as a possible landing site for a 4 megawatt front-of-the-meter standalone storage asset. This asset pictured here, this is a zoomed-in view. You can see the lower left, the sort of the picture of the juvenile hall in the county jail. And then in the lower southeast corner of the plot of land is where 3C is proposing to put this new asset. Off to the right there, you'll see the little white dot on the east side of the road. There's a point of interconnection there with 3C's underground 21 kV line. So the battery's been positioned in close proximity to that point of interconnection. The actual footprint of the battery, this is a rough site plan. So obviously, 3CE's developer will go through more detailed engineering if it is the decision of the county to move forward. The site will take approximately 10,000 to 12,000 square feet in this lower right-hand corner. The lithium-ion bays are in the south here, and the horizontally oriented item there between the access road and the lithium, that's the electronics that allow the energy to go to and from the battery. This is what it would look like from Flynn Road. So we're driving down Flynn Road looking to the east, and this is sort of the vendor's 3D rendering, I should say, of what the site would look like. So it's got sort of a clean look. There are some electronics associated with it that are sort of reminiscent of a substation, a small substation, but that's roughly what you should expect to see as you drive by. What 3CE is asking the board to consider is step one of a two-step process. So in order for 3CE to get a better understanding of how expensive it will be to put this asset here in terms of an interconnection with PG&E's distribution network, they need to actually formally make an interconnection request, which will precipitate a system impact study, or an SIS. But before 3CE can make that request, they have to have demonstrated site control. So the objective here is to request that the board consider a 1-year exclusive development agreement with 3CE specifically for this portion of this parcel, which 3CE then can take and show evidence of site control to PG&E for the SIS. Now that will not give 3CE the ability to begin construction or even operate that asset, because this is a 20-year asset. This just allows 3CE to get the study going, because it takes about 3 months for the study to complete. And once the study completes, it is possible, although in this case unlikely, but it is possible that the cost of interconnection is so expensive that it wouldn't make financial sense for 3CE to proceed. So just to be clear, there's no cost to the County of San Benito for this asset whatsoever, other than the donation of the land at 710 Flint Avenue. So if 3CE gets the 1-year agreement, they go through the SIS process, they get the SIS back, everything looks good. Sometime in Q1 of next year, we would come back to the board and then request a 20-year conditional use permit or land use agreement of some kind for the full 20-year term of the build and the operation of the asset. And so that is obviously a more impactful decision for your community, and one that will be made later after we have the SIS from PG&E. That is the brief, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment first and then come back for questions, comments.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas?
Oh, okay, there we go. Anyway, good afternoon. I would like to know, what does SIS stand for? And the donation of the property, is that a donation until we find out what the SIS report is going to be? Does the property get granted back to the county? And also, I'm just curious, did I miss an RFP with regards to this type of company coming into San Benito County? How did we come up with this company, with this idea, with this company? Because I think I missed an RFP, and if I did, I could be wrong. So I would like some clarification. If there is no RFP, I've spoken before that you just can't pick something out of a hat because someone suggested, and now we have someone before you asking for an agreement, and then further studying will cause us to get into a contract for 20 years. What is the cost, and why is it just this one particular company? This is not new. This is going on all across the country trying to go green. And let's not forget, there have been 3 fires now at the Moss Landing PG&E plant based on the lithium batteries. So that could be a potential hazard coming to San Benito County. Thank you.
Did you want me to respond? Sorry.
Are there any more questions from the public?
No further comments.
That'd be great if you could respond.
Sure. So I'll try and hit all of the questions in order as best I can. The SIS is the System Impact Study. This is a study that is done by PG&E to determine the cost of network upgrades to accommodate the capacity that battery would bring to this specific set of distribution lines. The RFP was issued by 3CE, which is a public entity, and they requested numerous developers to submit their proposals to place standalone storage in member agencies' parcels. So this goes from Santa Barbara County all the way up to Santa Cruz. As you may or may not be aware, San Benito County submitted one site, which is this site at 710 Flint Avenue, to 3CE as a possible landing site for this asset. So this is why 3CE has come back to sort of ask you if you are still interested with obviously more relevant information. In terms of the land use agreement, the intention is to enter in the 1-year land use agreement, or it's an exclusive development agreement, so that the SIS can be commissioned. That requires an interconnection request from PG&E. After that study, if San Benito County decides not to move forward, then the lease will expire and the land is the county's. If the county decides to continue and actually place that asset into service, its service life is 20 years, after which point the land is returned to the county, or a new agreement is entered in with an upgraded asset, whatever the county desires at that time. I think I got all of it. I'm sorry if I missed anything.
Can I just add one more?
Yes, of course.
Comment to that. So just for clarity purposes as well, this JPA is the JPA. It's our JPA. It's a JPA that Supervisor Kosmicki and whoever is a delegate for 3CE on the policy side, as well as every jurisdiction in the, well, it was Tri-County. Now we have Santa Barbara County, as well as Paso Robles and other entities in San Luis Obispo. The city managers and the CAOs are on the actual operations board. So we are partaking in 3CE and very in depth, as was brought out earlier with Supervisor Kosmicki, his attendance at the annual conference. So this is something that we're all kind of a part of.
Sorry, I was reminded that I didn't comment on the fires, which were also brought up. If you would like me to comment on the fires, I can do that as well.
You want to go first?
Yeah, just one quick point of clarification. Can you just fully explain what 3CE is? You guys have kind of, I think for the public, I think that'd be great information for them to have.
3CE is, there we go. Central Coast Community Energy, which is a public entity. It is a community choice aggregator. So it was formed by the member agencies, which San Benito County is a member, Santa Cruz County, City of Soledad, Hollister, the list goes on and on, all the way up to Santa Cruz down to Santa Barbara, basically with the objective of controlling the production of energy within our own communities, and also currently moving in an aggressive fashion towards 100% renewable energy generation for all member agencies. Does that help answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, I think so. And it's in conjunction with PG&E?
It is separate than PG&E.
Okay.
So, yep.
It's an alternative option.
Yeah,
It is an alternative option to PG&E. Sorry, yes, that's a good way to look at it.
Okay. All right. I just want it to be very clear to people.
Yes, and I know it can be confusing. PG&E, for most of your constituents, is still part of their bill, as they know. So they operate and maintain all of the distribution gear, the lines, the poles, and all that stuff. So you pay for that as part of your bill. The energy generated comes from 3CE, which travels along those poles. So your bill actually includes both, all right? But 3CE, and you do not have to get your energy from 3CE, but it is an alternative to PG&E's generation sources and is generally cheaper.
Any other questions or comments, board members? Supervisor Tiffany?
No, this came before us on the county facilities ad hoc, Supervisor Gonzalez, myself, and you know, I think it makes total sense. It's kind of, we're doing some of our part as far as going green here, and we do, this is a one-year lease, and we have the opportunity to reevaluate things before we go into the full 20-year lease. I did think maybe since the case, I asked the question as well somewhat, but as far as, you know, safety, and it was one of the speakers mentioned fires. Maybe you can address that a little bit, the safety and that
Yes.
there's going to be fencing and et cetera. Thank you.
Yes, there will be fencing. I can show you the site more close up. So, as I'm sure you're aware, there was a recent fire at the Tesla Megapack, which is in Moss Landing. There have been 2 other fires there over the last 5 years from a different vendor. Those are lithium batteries. It is a different chemistry. So there are 3 main chemistries for lithium-ion batteries. NMC, which is the nickel, manganese, cobalt. Those are batteries are widely used. They're used in vehicles. They're used in power tools and things like that. They have the advantage of having a high specific energy. So you get a lot of energy for less weight. Those were the chemistries that were involved with all the fires at Moss Landing. That is the downside to NMC. I don't mean to suggest that they are hazardous in general. Lithium fires are actually very rare, but that type of chemistry is the one that is most susceptible to what we call thermal runaway, which is when you get these fires. LFPs, which are lithium iron phosphate batteries, this is a different chemistry. It's still lithium, but now we have iron and phosphorus on the anode. And these batteries suffer because they have a much lower specific energy, so it's more weight to get less energy. And so they're not really well suited for things like automobiles or power tools and stuff like that, but they are much more suited for utility scale storage. These types of chemistries have significantly better performance in terms of safety, much less likely to catch fire, and the chances of thermal runaway are significantly lower. In fact, Tesla, before the fire even happened, Tesla has already stopped production of NMC batteries for their megapacks. They've switched to LFPs, and so they're also talking about putting LFPs in cars now, because the technology is getting better and they're just world safer. So this is one avenue to answer your question in terms of safety. It is definitely a concern. There is a battery management system that will be attached to this as well. It's a thermal measurement system, so that if there are conditions where the temperature gets beyond limits, they can reduce the capacity of the battery, and they can call for emergency services, and they can help mitigate any potential disasters before they happen. As you've already pointed out, this area will be fenced away and separate from the public, and so we don't anticipate, particularly based on its location, there being any real threat to any citizens. Does that answer your question, sir?
Thank you.
That was my same question too, so thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Questions, comments? Any other questions, comments? I just had real quick, since I'm the board representative on 3C, I don't want to go over everything I went over earlier. I talked about the themes of the annual meeting, and we really came back to these types of projects are really going to be vital if our communities are going to get to that 100% renewable energy by 2030. And I just feel strongly we're part of this organization. We have to play our part, and this is a good start. And I think you answered the questions about the fire. What we were told from the CEO, Tom Habashi, was essentially a lot of those issues are very unique to that particular storage facility, and that, again, just to reiterate, it's different technology that we would be using here in a much smaller facility.
Significantly smaller. Yes.
Yeah, significantly smaller. And then, yeah, I don't have anything else. I'm very excited, and I think this is a great project. Thank you. Oh, I don't know why I'm doing that. So if there's no other questions or comments, can I entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve a one-year lease with Central Coast Community Energy, 3CE, at 710 Flynn Road for the feasibility of a potential renewable energy storage project, and delegate authority for the CAO to make minor changes with county council approval.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's 4-0.
Or 4-0, of course.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Delegating, just for the record, that's delegating the authority to the chair to execute that.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so then we will be moving on to 1.4. Do we have a presentation, CAO? Or who might be speaking?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we have Steve Loop, our interim RMA director.
All right, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. We actually had a full presentation a couple months ago that discussed VMT, but I will provide just a verbal recap so we can all be on the same page about the resolution that is before you this afternoon. So essentially back in 2013, the state of California and a Senate bill, so the senators decided we need to look at congestion and traffic in California in a different manner. And at that point, and in the past, the way that traffic was analyzed was based on congestion and a term called level of service. And what that looked at specifically was your delays when you're going through corridors and very specifically at intersections. And so they said, that's worth looking at. We understand that, we don't want to increase congestion at intersections. However, the state of California in 2018 and per that Senate bill decided what we would rather look at is the amount of vehicle miles traveled by a person during the day. And so hence the term VMT came into play, and as of 2018 it went into law where all jurisdictions had to look at traffic impacts from the vehicle miles traveled per person. And as of 2020, all agencies were supposed to come up with guidelines for project applicants to analyze, and the county, since that time, 2020, came up with a draft set of thresholds that are now in this resolution that's before you to be finalized, I guess you'd say. So for the past couple of years, it's just been a draft, and we provide the applicants with that draft. They've analyzed our projects based on VMT of that draft. And now the resolution essentially is making that draft an actual policy. And so the state provided guidelines that the goal for projects were to look at a baseline for the average vehicle miles traveled per person in a jurisdiction. And then if a project could come down by 15% from that average, then because that was the goal of the state, then there would not be significant impacts made by that project. Now, if that project could not reduce their average trip for the household or for employee by 15%, say it was 14% or less, or it was near the average, then that project would have significant impacts, and they'd have to do mitigations. And so our consultants, Kinley Horn, they just calculated the average trips for the county of San Benito. And for example, for a residential project, the average resident, let's just say there's 3.x folks per single family home, and this includes everyone in the household, not just adults. The average resident was traveling about 22 miles per day. And that includes, so let's just say an adult and a child were going to school and they traveled 10 miles, and then someone else was going to work and they traveled 50 miles. So it would be 60 for the three folks in that house. And so the average per capita per person would be 20 miles. And so if that was the case for that project, they would have a significant impact because they were more than 18.7, which is our goal. Now, let's just say that subdivision, that project was located real close to a school and real close to some stores. And so those three folks averaged only 45 miles, or excuse me, total travel was 45 miles, so they only averaged 15 miles per person because there's 3 people in the house. So therefore, their VMT per person would be 15, and therefore that subdivision that was located near schools and retail and things actually would not have significant impacts. And so essentially that's the goal, is to reduce vehicle miles traveled and also to infill projects, have retail, subdivisions, schools, employment centers closer together to reduce the vehicle miles traveled. And that's now the CEQA policy for the state. And we are just essentially complying with that policy and that goal to reduce that amount of travel per person by 15%. And that is a resolution before you, and I'll pause and we can discuss questions from the public and/or supervisors.
All right, we'll go to public comment, please.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No public comment?
Come back to the board for questions and comments.
I have a question.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Looking at the resolution, and you have employment-based projects in terms of work, vehicle miles traveled. What does that do to us, since we're a rural bedroom community where many commuters are traveling in excess of 150 miles plus per day? And so is this number artificially inflated? Is it not reflecting the real numbers? I mean, what does that do to the VMT?
So the answer, Supervisor, the model that was produced is called essentially it's a demand model, and was using Monterey County, Santa Clara County, Santa Cruz County, and our county. But it started with folks that live in our county, and they said, where are those folks going to work? And surprisingly, the number that came out of that was the average person was traveling to their place of employment only 7.5 miles on average. So I guess a lot of folks are working in town, and maybe some are close to Gilroy, but the average was 7.5
please, from the
miles.
audience.
So, so yeah, that was the result of the model. Now that includes everyone. That includes folks that work at Target, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously there's a lot of folks that go out of town. I understand that, but that's what a lot of data was put into this ginormous model, and for folks that are traveling.
And I understand the formula being on the mobility partnership as well as AMBAG and so forth. And so it just seems like it's just not a real number. Because if you get on 25, 156, you can see the thousands and thousands of cars that are on the road trying to get in and get out daily. And
Understood. And keep in mind our county does have 40,000 residents, perhaps half are adults, roughly. Don't quote me on that, but there are thousands going out and coming back. Understood.
And one person per car traveling at 150 miles gives me 150.
Understood, but a lot of folks do just work in maybe Morgan Hill or Gilroy or Salinas, but yeah, understood. And so yeah. So.
I'm not disputing it, just funny math there. Yeah.
Okay.
But it is what it is.
Any other questions, comments? I had a couple quick ones. So correct me if I'm wrong, bless you. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is encouraging mixed use projects, discouraging sprawl, so discouraging subdivisions miles from city centers, which is, I think that would be us taking another step in that direction of, making it clear we're not in favor of that sort of thing. But what is, I don't quite understand the applicability, on a practical level, other than the projects essentially have to mitigate if they don't score well. Is that
right? So on a practical level, Supervisor, the state's trying to reduce greenhouse gases, trying to reduce impacts to the roads. So that's kind of the overall goal, and based on infill and mixed use, just like you mentioned. And so, if a project can be located near a school and near businesses, then they'll be able to kind of get closer to that threshold or meet the threshold. If not, the further away they are, they won't. And if they can't, then they'll have to come up with a mitigation, such as they'll have to offer transit vouchers to all of their residents, or they'll have to, if it's a retail center for some reason that's outside of town, they would have to have extra carpool units and perhaps an extra, shuttle stop for, say, the COG shuttles. They'll have to have a transit hub as part of their mitigations to encourage, carpools and multi-users per vehicle. So that would be some of the mitigations they'd have to implement if they could not meet the thresholds. So.
But the states wouldn't sort of require, the state wouldn't sort of force a community to, to put in homes in an area simply because it's near big commercial centers. And obviously I'm thinking of that Bolsa area. We just are voting on not allowing housing out there, but that would be a concern of mine, that potentially at some point the state's really pushing housing, that they would say, well, look, there's all this commercial, and if somebody wants to build housing in that area, and again, we've said we're not going to allow it, but not just that area, I'm thinking of other areas. Is that on the horizon at all?
No, the state has no jurisdiction in regards to VMT. They simply say, counties, we want you to have a VMT policy. If the project does not meet those thresholds, the county has to implement their own mitigations for the project, but the state has no say.
And lastly, does this relate at all to impact fees? Can we use this as a mechanism to could potentially increase impact fees?
We have,
if we can show that a certain project is this going to play into that impact fee discussion at some point? If you can show a project is causing more traffic?
It's more, at this point, it's the format for not meeting threshold is just, it's not a fee, it's an actual physical mitigation such.
Okay.
So.
All right. I'll entertain a motion if there's no other comments, or does Supervisor Dirks, do you have another question?
Yeah, I have a question, and I don't know if you can even answer it, but could potentially, I'm on the Housing Advisory Committee with Supervisor Gonzalez. Could you see where any of this VMT in adopting this, or the state having a role in, helping with affordable housing? Do you think that there could potentially be some financial gain, in that direction, or maybe some grants that would be? Have we seen that yet in other communities that have adopted it? It's kind of I'm asking you to look in a crystal ball a little bit, but, I just wondered.
Well, it's a great question, and we don't have to have a crystal ball, because one of the ways that a development is actually automatically deemed to be have a non-significant impact is if it's an affordable housing project and 100% of the housing is for residents with incomes that are 80% less than the median income for the county. So that's a big incentive for affordable housing folks, and they would become exempt from VMT if they meet that goal, and that's part of our policy. So, yeah.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Perhaps I could provide a little more context.
I think we're ready to vote.
That's fine.
Yeah. Unless, are you providing context on it? We got a tight timeline here. We had several more items.
I appreciate the time constraint.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
All right, I'll entertain a motion, please.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution for implementation of a county vehicle miles traveled policy, Resolution 2022-104.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against? That's 4-0.
Thank you.
Next item is the sales tax reimbursement economic incentive program, 1.5.
So good afternoon, Board. This program initially started with Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Tiffany as part of an ad hoc, and we initially started discussions there and kind of had very broad outline of what this program would look like. Since then, Supervisor Bob Tiffany and Supervisor Peter Hernandez, as part of the Economic Development Committee, have further developed this program and got input from various stakeholders, including our partners at the Economic Development, which include the Chamber, the Business Council, Hollister Downtown Association, Economic Development Corporation, and through public meetings, we've gotten input on the program and kind of have tweaked things here and there from what we originally started as. So with that, the main objective of this program is how do we attract businesses in San Benito County, and how do we encourage businesses to stay here and expand and increase sales tax revenue that goes into our jurisdiction. We looked at other municipalities that included the City of Dublin, who has ran a program very similar for the past 10 years, and also the City of Livermore. Their threshold is a lot higher than ours. And when looking at where do we set our numbers, we really had to look internally at our businesses and couldn't compare ourselves to other jurisdictions. But really, the goal is a win-win. We want the businesses to thrive here and to bring in additional sales tax revenue for the county. So there's a few policies that we set. Really, the net financial benefit to the public will be more significant than the county's contribution to the program. We'll follow all applicable laws. Participating businesses must generate new sales tax revenue prior to any reimbursement. And we define what would qualify a business. Participating business, it's only for actual costs that are incurred. And of course, the reimbursement cannot exceed what is actually spent or the actual cost. So when setting what the right threshold was for this program, we looked at internally at our sales tax revenue, and we looked at the top 100 companies that bring in sales tax for the unincorporated San Benito County. So by taking the top 25%, we found that they compose 86% of our revenue. And then looking at the top 10 and top 20, they make between 16,000. They bring in annually between 16,000 and 8,000. So we wanted to support existing businesses, and we set the minimum requirement for existing businesses at 10,000. So here are the three programs we developed. Essentially, the business would bring in new increase of annual sales of 1 million, which for the county, we're using the 1% Bradley Burns, would bring in approximately 10,000. And subject that would be eligible for reimbursement would be 50% of any incremental tax that is brought in over the span of 5 years. So that's one of the programs for existing businesses. And then we developed two programs for new businesses. So for a new business to get reimbursement, they would have to bring in, to get the same 50% reimbursement. We set a higher threshold because there's, for new businesses, they're encouraging them we set the base that we would use at 0, but they would bring into the county 25,000 or more. So that's program 2. And then program 3, if a new business made brought into the county between 10 and 24,000, they would be subject to the reimbursement of 25%. So those are essentially the 3 programs that were developed. And what would be eligible for reimbursement costs include any improvements for public health and safety, infrastructure, site improvements, development impact fees, public infrastructure improvements, and they must provide proof and receipts with county staff. Other details that I kind of want to point out that I didn't include in this slide, but they're part of the program. As far as the base year, so how would we determine the amount that would be eligible is we would, for existing businesses, we would look at the last 3 years or the past quarter, and we would use whatever was higher to set the base year. And anything that business generates above the base because of the new development would be eligible for reimbursement up to 50% of that. And we would evaluate year per year for 5 years. So we would only reimbursement for actual cost and above that threshold. For new businesses, we would look at the base year being 0, and anything above that we would reimburse based on actual cost at the set percentages, depending on where they would fall. But I think that's
All right,
Then
thank
I'll
you,
open it
Dulce.
up to questions.
Thank you for that. We'll go to public comment.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No public comment.
Okay, come back to the board for questions, comments. Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me give a little more background to the presentation that Dulce said and how we kind of arrived at where we did. And as she mentioned, Supervisor Kosmicki and I started with this, seems like a lifetime ago. And so it's nice to finally have this before us. And frankly, you know, I think very early on, Supervisor Kosmicki and I decided that we wanted to do something like this, but you know, the devil's in the details. And then with the new year, we kind of, you know, I guess slowed down with the process. So here we are almost, you know, toward the end of the year. But you know, we kind of went around and around on what the thresholds should be, and that's kind of what we were struggling with. As Dulce said, you know, we looked at some of these other cities, and they, you know, their thresholds are just so much higher than ours that if we used anything like that, then we would be excluding virtually all of our existing businesses. So we didn't want to exclude all our existing businesses from having an opportunity to take advantage of this program. But on the other hand, we didn't want to have, frankly, it too low so that, you know, we're talking about a very small amount of incremental expansion. And so that's how we arrived at the, you know, the $1 million level or $10,000 or more for an existing business at the 50%. We felt looking at, you know, the larger businesses in our community that was a reasonable number to stand at. And then, you know, the reason for having these two levels for, you know, new businesses, at the 50%, we're reaching higher. We're saying, you know, a business that is $2.5 million in sales or greater, because really our greatest hope is we're going to attract new businesses, and our approach, our thinking was we want to attract larger businesses ideally. And so that's why we're saying 50% for the 2.5, but then also there is a lower level at the $1 million level. So that's kind of our thinking. We could obviously tweak this further, but you know, we've kicked around a lot of different ideas, and Dulce and Supervisor Hernandez and myself and other input, we feel like this is a reasonable place to be. I also might add that the other communities that we spoke to, they all said, I think they both said that after they put the program in place, that they had tweaked it, and I would expect that as the county lives with this, that maybe there'll be some changes and some tweaks. The other thing I wanted to mention is that there's a section in here in the fine print of the ordinance or the program that, and I'll just read it to you. It says, if I can find it, let's see.
I have it up if.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, what is that? What, do you know what section? I could bring it to you.
It's the part about the limitations. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, the general requirements for all programs?
The one that, basically, the gist of it is, and I can't find it, but basically, there's flexibility in there so that every deal with a business is kind of unto itself and is negotiable. And so even though we have these guidelines that we go by, the way that the language reads is that if for any reason the county feels that because of, it may not be necessary to offer a full 50% reimbursement, for example, or it's a very large business and 50% might be more than we feel is necessary or appropriate, then that can be negotiated by the county. So the county is not locked into these levels, is the point.
Correct. And there's more on eligible reimbursement costs. And we did add language that exact reimbursement provision shall be established by an agreement on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah. Just because we felt we wanted to have that flexibility to make sure that we're not locked into, let's say a huge business comes in and suddenly 50% is a huge amount of money, and we don't think it's necessary. So that's in there. There's also, I believe, for legal reasons, there's a provision that if it's $100,000 or more,
it would require a public hearing.
In terms of reimbursement, it has to go to a public hearing. So anyway,
And
those were
noticed.
my comments, just give a little further background.
Any other questions, comments? My only, I'm obviously very supportive of this concept. We started this, quite a while ago, as Supervisor Tiffany said. And the dollar amounts is, I think it's really important that we do keep an open mind on the dollar amounts and use this as a template to build from, because I am somewhat leery about the dollar amounts. $2.5 million or even $1 million for a new business is quite a bit of money. There aren't going to be too many new businesses that are coming in and making that money. I know there's some large national companies, hey, if Tesla comes here and wants to do something, that's great. But the mom and pops are obviously going to be out. I don't, for the most part, you might get a restaurant that is very popular right off the bat. I think the dollar amounts are high is what I'm getting at. And so I'm going to support it, but under the notion that we really need to keep a close watch and use this first year as a pilot. And if we don't have any interest, then we really got to look hard at those dollar amounts and see if those make sense. Anything else? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we adopt a resolution implementing the sales tax reimbursement economic incentive program throughout the unincorporated area of San Mateo County.
I'll second that.
We got a first and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So now we are on to item number 1.7, receive updates. This is the issue, the setting the goals for the rest of the year.
I'll go ahead and start off, and then I'll hand it to Dulce. I just want to point out that the board asked us to bring this to your board. Unfortunately, it's a very last minute thing. We were just trying to get it on because we only have 5 meetings left, and we've been really busy. So I apologize if the staff report isn't exactly what we'd like to have, but what we wanted to do is just present some of the items that your board did request, especially during the board retreat and throughout the year during meetings, to address many things. So there's a list of some of those things. But more importantly, what we wanted to have is open dialogue with your board today to discuss pressing needs and obviously Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Tiffany are leaving, and they, you know, I know that there was a need and a request to try to get some things done. So what we wanted to do is have open dialogue today about that with your board. I know, just to add, Supervisor Kosmicki this morning had asked about the roads and where we stand and providing updates. We've been working really hard. I know Steve has been in plenty of meetings with me. We laugh a little bit. We're in so many meetings together, but we're working really hard on addressing some of the bigger dollar figures that we're going to be receiving and being able to leverage some of that funding with these projects that we have. So, as well as our reserves that your board has been requesting us. So we'll be coming back to your board with that. Obviously, there's a lot to it with regards to moving that forward. And there's many other things. The library, it's been really keen on our radar. We've been working exceptionally hard. I want to thank all the staff that have been involved with the grant writing and Nora's team, administration. And, we're already started the process. I've already met with Steve and Nora to move that forward and move it forward quickly, because we don't have a lot of time to be able to spend all of that money. It's basically $9.9 million plus the money that we are obligated to subsidize, which is about $5 million, so approximately $15 million. Moving that forward and having to spend that within a few years' time, there's a lot to it. So, especially with the way things are right now with building and resources and materials being delayed, that's just, we have to move that forward immediately. So we have already started those conversations. As well as, the broadband, I know, has been very keen on your radar, and we've been working hard. We brought Brian Gordon in to spearhead that, and he's been working with our with Hankins and Etheric Networks, as well as Barbara Hayes at RCRC, along with staff, and as well as meeting with our local cities to address our current infrastructure that we have and leveraging that with broadband. So there's been a lot of work, and we'll be meeting obviously tomorrow to elaborate further with broadband. So there's a lot of things I think that have been very keen to your board. Those are just a couple, and I'll hand it to Dulce, and she can elaborate further, and then we'll open it up to your board.
So a few other items, and thank you, Ray. A few other items staff is currently working on is updating the affordable housing ordinance. I know the ad hoc met, and they have a regular scheduled meeting for October 3rd, but they're working on updating the ordinance to bring back to the First Planning Commission and then the board for consideration. And they're working diligently to, they're aiming to get it to the board by the end of this year. So it's something that will come back to the board. Other items that are being worked on are development applications, including a few that are in the pipeline, code enforcement. We do have our governance handbook, and we have collaborated with BABS. I think we're aiming for the second meeting in October to have her present the final draft of the governance handbook for your guys' consideration. So that should get done by the end of this year. Do you want to add anything to that?
No, that's great. We'll be coming back to your board with that, and they'll be on Zoom to present the item.
As far as lobbying efforts, we have Michelle coming back at the last meeting in December. She'll meet, kind of report back at your legislative priorities for the next year and get working on some of those. So we're going to get her on the December 13th agenda. And then as far as grants, staff has been working with California consultants and with collaboration with RMA. There are a few road grants they're working on to hopefully secure additional road fundings for our community. I also want to highlight the November 8th election measure information education. So staff has been working with ad hoc, including Supervisor Bob Tiffany and Peter Hernandez on sharing information That's really important for the community to know regarding the November 8 elections and just sharing information on the various measures. But
I do have one more item I think it's probably one of the most important items that this board's been asking about is about behavioral health and leadership as well as staffing. It's been a blessing to have Henny Ring in our midst, and she's been really helping us out a lot with recruitment and addressing needs, in particular behavioral health. We've been working hard with MRG on the organizational assessment cultural study, and I just received it, so I have it here. We're going to be reviewing it and then bringing it back to your board and moving that forward with some of those suggestions. So that's been really keen. We've been meeting quite a bit with them as well as with staff to address some of the issues in behavioral health, so make sure that the board was apprised of that as well.
And then with that, we wanted to open it back for the board to discussion, any prioritization of future agenda items or anything that we currently aren't working on that you would like us to, or yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the public for comment.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Maureen Nelson? No further public comment.
Thank you. Come back to the board for questions and comments. Who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you. Question, now, in the affordable housing, and I could ask this to Dulce or those that are ad hoc, does this get into impact fees as well, or is that a separate?
That's a separate, there is a component in there on how we address impact fees, which I believe they're adding it back in.
I mean, the reason why I remember real distinctly that, and this has come up before, but I think the three of us, Supervisor Gonzalez, Kuzmicki, and myself, were at the last board meeting of 2020. I think it was the last board meeting, and they instituted some change on the impact fees, one of which I still don't quite understand, because it actually took away, in my mind, some of the impact fee incentives for building affordable housing. And so that's a component that I think is an important part of incentivizing affordable housing. So I don't know if there'll be time to address that, but given the fact that it's almost 2 years later, it would be nice to get that done.
Yeah.
Before the end of this year.
Correct. That is something that they are working on updating and as part of the revisions, adding it back in.
Beyond that, a few of the other things that weren't mentioned, but I know that we talk about all the time. Obviously, the homeless, and a big piece is, of course, that potentially, the property that we keep talking about. But I know that has gotten delayed because of the timing of an appraisal. My understanding.
We're working on that right now. I mean, we're evaluating. I mean, it's kind of hard to discuss that, but we are working. I'll just reassure you.
Well, as long as I get invited to the groundbreaking, even if it's after the first of the year,
you'll be invited.
Okay. Another couple things come to mind. One item, which I know Supervisor Dirks and I have been involved in, is I personally would like to see us, and this is something that Joel is very involved in, I would like to see the Phase 2 component of Santana Ranch, the affordable housing component, get resolved before the end of the year. So anyway, that I know there's work to be done there, but that's one feeling. I don't know, Joel, how you feel about that, but anyway, it's still in the works, I know. And let me think what else. when I think of affordable housing, I don't expect this to be done before the end of the year, certainly, but I still think that the county property of Buena Vista Road could be an excellent location for affordable housing. There's an opportunity there, I think, and I'd like to see, potentially some movement in that direction. Again, I don't expect that to be done, but I do think that would, makes a lot of sense. The library, you mentioned that already. Like, obviously, that's not going to be built, another groundbreaking I'd like to be at sooner than later. And then lastly, you mentioned behavioral health, and which obviously is extremely important to all of us up here. But it also brings to mind, I know there's been talk about organization change chart-wise for the RMA department, and I'm wondering, what's the timing on that?
Yeah, we've already have been working on it. It's just a matter of formalizing it and just bringing it back to your board. We're going to be doing, basically what we're planning to do is do a division breakout representing them as departments. That's the plan. So we'll announce that probably in October. That's the plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. I'd like to go next. Anybody? Otherwise, I will if you don't want to. Go ahead, Supervisor Dirks.
I was just gonna, all of the things that Supervisor Tiffany mentioned as well, the Buena Vista property for affordable housing, and that's at top of mind for Supervisor Gonzalez and I, with the Housing Advisory Committee, that, as we lovingly call it, the HAC. In any case, so those are some of the things that are top of mind too, as well as if it's at all possible to, kind of finalize what we're doing at Santana Ranch with Phase 2, specifically the apartments there, is what we're referring to, and how they're categorized. And then, obviously, I think we'd all like to see the resolution of some sort of expansion there at the homeless shelter area, and get that finalized once and for all. So in any case, those are, and then of course, behavioral health, that just goes without saying. And I think all of the other things that we've mentioned, hopefully we'll see some resolution to those things by the end of the year.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Those are the same concerns I have, so thank you.
Great. And I just, roads, always for me, number one, and I appreciate the updates that we'll be getting, and I know you guys are all working hard behind the scenes, but it's mostly just keeping us in the loop. And for now, affordable housing, agreed. I really would like to see that back here, so that this board can make a decision, and hopefully we don't have new board members sitting in the audience telling us this to not make a decision now that we're 2 years later, like we did. And then, we all know homelessness, so we're trying to get that building. I know it seems like half of my conversations with staff these days are over homelessness. So I know that's a priority. That's not a concern of mine. And then, recruitment, again, it goes without saying, so I don't even need to go there. The library, in particular, because of we're learning that there's a tight time frame. I personally would really in particular would like to see a schedule, a plan put together, even if it's a broad sketch, as soon as possible, so we can get something on paper and get moving. And then, as long as it doesn't slow down the process, I would also recommend we put together some sort of a community task force, because of the nature of the library, it's a community building, and at least inviting in a few different. Again, I don't want to slow down the process, and we had the business sector come in on the sales tax reimbursement, and it slowed down the process. So if it's going to slow down the process, and you're looking at me like, yes, it is going to slow down the process, then
The sales tax item we just had?
Yeah,
how long did it take?
I know.
Well, was that a
I get it. So maybe let's look at the input task force sort of thing, maybe down the line when we have a schedule in place. But I don't want to just have this where it's just let's do meetings for 3 months and then we're not going anywhere.
You do have the, excuse me, but you do have the
Friends
what's
of
the
the
committee that
Friends of the Library.
Yeah, no, the other one, the
Coalition.
yeah, the coalition
Yeah.
specifically, and so that is,
I think
in a
you're
way,
right.
that's a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
public
natural
input.
that would be
Yeah.
the group. But I just want to make sure that
We'll,
we
and
get
we'll
moving.
value that. I mean, we'll make sure that they're involved.
I
in
don't
the
want to lose a
process.
penny out of
Yeah.
those dollars, especially after we heard today a bunch of our businesses lost out on potential money.
And it's just like the broadband, the LAD, just as an example, if we don't respond in 30 days, we lose that money. So we have to be responsive. It's really important. So I hate to jeopardize that much amount of money. So, but I also value what you're saying, and I think it's important that the community has input with it as well. So.
And then hopefully we get the next discussion on ARPA soon as well, just to try to iron those out with this board as far as how we're going to allocate the remainder of those dollars, because as we know, with the library grant now, as far as I remember, that opens the door for us somewhat pretty significantly to have a couple $1 million in discretionary funds for that. And please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes and no. Just consider we also have $5 million that we're obligated to pay as well. So we're going to have to pull it from somewhere, either reserves or ARPA. So that's the other element. So we're going to meet this Friday at 10 o'clock, Zoom meeting with the ARPA ad hoc, and we're going to go through that, through the whole budget, looking at that as well with the library, as well as what was discussed earlier with healthcare.
And under that umbrella, I said before, if we have a decent amount of money, I would like to, especially what we heard today about this broadband it could be pretty costly, that I would like to personally see some of that money go toward broadband. And now we have this healthcare issue that we're also looking at. So that's all I have. Thank you. Anything else? All right, that's it for that item. I believe that moves us to the consent agenda. So, go ahead, Barbara.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
We're
Go
good.
ahead. You're
All
good.
right, so we're ready for public comment first on consent agenda.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Elias Salinas?
I would like to pull item 2.2 and 2.4, and I think it's right at the time. Okay, so, I mean, this is nothing new to you all that I come forward with you with regards to behavioral health and outside agency contracts. More importantly, with regards to these two items, and this is no disrespect to the CAO Espinoza, who that's fallen upon him right now to do this work. Aside from him, he is obviously not. He's trying to catch up on what's going on, but the people that are assigned to behavioral health with regards to why I'm pulling these two items is, you are all aware of the grand jury report. The people that right now are making these decisions are not qualified to be making these decisions. That has placed San Benito County at risk with regards to whether or not to continue or not continue with all these contracts. You want to continue with the contracts because you don't want to fail the constituents of San Benito County. However, behavioral health is failing the constituents of San Benito County. How do we go forward? We have in the audience all day today is the person currently in charge since Alan has left, sitting here in the room. Usually we have Gazelle. Gazelle is sitting in the back. She's on a computer and she's working. We have right now an individual. She's just been sitting there. How do we have decisions being made with mental health, back to these two items, when we have the individual who's supposedly being in charge of behavioral health sitting here in the audience and not at the office trying to help the constituents of San Benito County? Please do not forget, and I know that you're working on it, and I know that there's some kind of a culture thing report coming up, and that I believe the CAO says it's already in his hands. We cannot fail the constituents. We last had a very, very emotional public speaker come forward. I have spoken to law enforcement since last meeting, and I have spoken to numerous constituents of your constituents. They all have the same complaint. Law enforcement actually told me that they had to wait 8 hours for behavioral health because they could not respond in the evening and they could not respond early in the morning. They had to wait until they came in moseying along in the early afternoon and say, hey, what's up? This is law enforcement that was pulled off the street because behavioral health is not doing their job. Please do not let it go unresolved, whether you have to start from scratch, but you must have competent, qualified people. You had a speaker earlier today, a clinician. She did not have anything positive to say about what's going on in behavioral health. And she claimed that there were people that you're losing, employees, and the people that are losing is San Benito constituents. I don't know how these two contracts are going to help San Benito County. I believe you're more than likely you're going to pass this, but every month I come up here constantly and I pull behavioral health, contract after contract after contract, going out of the county, and there is nothing here for the citizens of this county to go and to try to get mental health. What can we do about it? You only have a few months. Some of you only have a few months. One of the chair is gone today. What can we do? Do we need to increase the pay rate? I mean, you guys did a pay scale research, I can't even think of the word, about what the people in the agencies in our nearby counties pay. If that has to be it, then we don't need to be doing a contract for $85,000 if we could get people hired at a higher rate that are going to stay here, that are competent, that have the qualifications, they have the education, and they have the experience to provide for San Benito County residents. Thank you.
Jennifer Luke.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Logue. I'm the Deputy Superintendent at the San Benito County Office of Education. And I also wanted to speak with you this afternoon about the Mental Health Student Services Act grant, which is, I believe, consent item number 2.2 on your agenda. So I'm just going to give you a little background. Last spring, our office was contacted by the state to let us know that we were one of only 4 counties that had not received funding for the MHSSA grant. And so the purpose of that grant is really to promote school mental health as a prime opportunity to reach and serve at-risk children, families, and neighborhoods. Funding is focused on establishing mental health partnerships between county behavioral health departments and local education agencies to provide increased access to mental health services in locations that are easily accessible to students and their families, and in this particular case, in schools. And so our team was able to collaborate with the San Benito County behavioral health team that included Rachel White and Grisel Gonzalez. And we submitted the application in June, and then we received notification during the summer that we had been awarded the $2.5 million grant, which we'll be able to use over the next 4 years and a few extra months. So those funds, our plans to use those will be to establish regular meetings that we're going to be calling MHSSA lead meetings. They'll be able to build the partnership between San Benito County Behavioral Health, our schools, and our county office, and each of us will have a lead that will serve on that team. As part of that work, the team is going to be developing and streamlining some of the referral processes so that students who need mental health services are appropriately identified and receive services. Secondly, we would like to be convening our regular service provider meetings. So that will bring together service providers from all of the different agencies in schools, at our county office, as well as at San Benito County Behavioral Health, all of the providers who serve school-age children so that they can network, they can work together and build those connections and ensure that consistent processes are followed and students are receiving appropriate services. And then lastly, the funding will be used to hire additional service providers to deliver mental health services in the school setting. So the partnership that we've had with behavioral health is not actually a new one. For example, right now we have the PATHS program that provides case managers in schools to meet with students and families and to connect them to mental health services. So the work of this MHSSA grant will build upon the partnership that we already have and will give us the opportunity to build a county-wide system that brings mental health services to the more than 11,000 students we have in this county. The San Benito, sorry.
Just please wrap up your comments.
Yeah, I just have one sentence left. The San Benito County Office of Education is excited to partner with the San Benito County Behavioral Health on the MHSSA grant. So thank you.
Thank you.
No further comments.
Okay, we'll come back to the board, and would supervisors like to pull particular consent items?
I'd like to pull item number 2.4, 2.12, and 2.13.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'd like to add 2.9.
Supervisor Dirks, any?
No, I'm good. I'm covered.
Yeah, I'll do 10 and 13 for brief comments. Oh, 13's already on there, but 10. So 4, 9, 10, 12, and 13.
I'd like to move then that we approve all others except for 2.4, 2.9, 2.10, 2.12, and 2.13.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 It's 4-0. So 2.4, please.
The reason I asked this one to be pulled is, again, the speaker did make a comment about contracts and behavioral health, the situation that it's in. This is a 5-year contract. Can I get a little bit more explanation on this, please?
My name is Rachel White. I'm the Assistant Director of the Behavioral Health Department. This item that you have pulled, 2.4, is actually the contract that our county will have with the Department of Healthcare Service to continue contracting and being the contractor to provide behavioral health service for the entire county. So this is what this is about. I think we've been providing behavioral health services as a county and had this contract, and it comes every 3 years. So this is a 3-year cycle for that contract.
And so every 5 years it comes back to us?
It will come back.
Okay.
And this is just an agreement.
And this is typical?
Yes,
Okay.
very typical.
But it's a guarantee also to the community that we're going to provide a minimum level of services. Okay. All right. No other questions?
Any other questions, comments? I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the contract with the Department of Health Services, DHCS, contract number 22-20126 for the term of July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2027, and also adopt the resolution approving the same.
I'll second.
That includes authorizing the behavioral health director or designee to sign the certification in the contract documents.
As stated.
As stated.
I'll second that, yeah.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 4-0. Okay, let's see. Next, we have 2.9. I believe that's Supervisor Gonzalez?
Tiffany.
No, that's me.
Sorry.
So I just wanted to maybe have Steve talk a little bit about this, because this is my district, and maybe you can specify. I think I know where it is, but I just get clarity on the location and the timing of dealing with this. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor. So if you're on Union Road and turn right in Cienega, it'll take you about 5 or 6 minutes. You'll see 2 K-rails, concrete rails, white concrete barriers, and they're only about 1/10 of a mile apart. And what occurred at those locations were some initial failure of the embankment, and some project plans, specifications were produced and put out to bid, and a bid was awarded. And then during the pre-construction site visit with the contractor and some county staff attending as well, they determined that the slide embankment had actually worsened. And so the design engineer was told to kind of go back to the drawing board and produce an additional set of plans with guardrails, some cutting out the embankment and putting it back in a specific way in layers, and some other recommendations from a geotechnical engineer that was on site. And so the project scope expanded quite a bit, and so hence the large change order request. So.
Steve, is this in the section as you're going over the top where it gets narrow and it drops off there, where the pavement looks like it's about ready to fail?
Correct.
That's
yeah,
what we're
that's
talking
exactly
about.
Those two spots.
And so, given the fact that I know that that section is one of the sections of road that's going to be dealt with here in the next year and a half or so, how does that play into fixing this specific problem?
Yeah, so the project you're referring to, the second project, those portions of the road, except for the embankment failure, adjacent to that, we're actually going to grind out the entire pavement section, which includes the base rock and the asphalt. And it's called, the process is called full depth reclamation. And it grinds up all those materials. It compacts those as a base rock, as a base, essentially a base, and then we put asphalt on top of that. So that project actually is going to occur probably just before even these embankment failures, because those folks, they'll be in Cienega. It's granite construction in about 4 weeks. This contractor's also ready to begin, so we'll just have to coordinate that effort. But I guess you could say they'll be occurring at the same time, so.
Does that mean that we're moving up that project for that section of Cienega Road, the repaving? Because I thought that was a little bit further down the road. No pun intended.
Well, no, I think that section's actually included. The section that is further down the road, it starts at Mudstone and goes towards Hollister Hills. That's the one that's going to occur next year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments? I'll entertain a motion on that one then.
I will make a motion that we, where is it? I guess that we approve this, but I got to find my
2.9.
language here.
First staff
Okay.
recommendation would be fine, because there's like 4 parts to it.
Okay, I found it. Do I have to read the whole thing?
She said per staff.
Just per staff
recommendation.
recommendation.
Oh, per staff recommendation. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I make a motion per staff recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 4-0. Next item, 2.10, and that's also Steve. I know I asked for that one to be removed. I guess I'm the only one on that. Did you ask as well? Oh, okay. So the migrant camp, the costs are higher essentially now. It looks like I'm going to go ahead and assume that our inflationary environment and supplies backlogs are playing into that. Does this mean the county is necessarily going to be reducing the scope of work then, or are we planning to go out for bid again?
No, actually, we're going, the strategy is to use the job order contracting process. And so per another board item on this agenda, if for the JOC, there'll be 3, the job order contracting process has selected 3 Class A contractors, 3 Class B contractors. The plan is to select one of those Class B contractors because they're more focused on buildings and site work, and to walk the site with them, and they will create a list of all these items, the roofs and flooring and paint, and we're going to see where they, what that adds up to. And the great thing about that process is, if for some reason when they do their site walk and their list also exceeds our budget, we can just line item out what we don't think is necessary. One of the savings that we think we'll find is There are some portions of the roof and roofs of some of the buildings that are not requiring to be replaced probably at this point. So when we do that site walk with our contractor and with some folks from construction management team, they might say, well, that roof does not need to be replaced now. It can, maybe 5 years from now. And so we can hold off on that. But long story short, we're going to create a list with a job order contracting team and see where that list takes us. And if it exceeds the budget, then we can just line out, remove the items that we don't think are immediately needed. So that's a strategy.
Sounds good. That's great. We get to use our JOC program right away.
Yep.
Any other questions, comments? I guess I'll make that motion then. I'll move to approve item number 2.10 per staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. 2.12.
Okay. I asked for 12 and 13 to be pulled because, well, I understand the emergency situation with the Anzar Road fire and so forth and the damaged trees, but when I put that comparison to 2.12 and the ongoing emergency status, can you explain how 2.12 keeps on continuing to be an emergency, even though that goes back to the flood, which was over a year ago, in comparison to the fire? I understand what you need to do, but it just concerns me that that emergency on 2.12 keeps coming back, kind of like a bad penny that just keeps returning. But I just kind of, to explain that, also too, it requires a 4/5 vote, so I just want to make sure you go on the record. But I totally understand the damaged trees and the need to remediate in the event that the winter season is coming and it has to be taken care of before it creates more damage. But I'm just trying to kind of balance the two and that ongoing for item number 12.
Yes, Supervisor. So for item number 12, we have 2 pipe replacements that we're still hoping to allocate or have funding allocated for, and then we can replace those 2 pipes that were damaged by the storm. In addition to that, and this might be something that County Council has to weigh in on, but the washout of New Idria, we received $2.3 million from the state for that project to replace that washout with 2 box culverts and rebuild the roadway there. We're going through the environmental process now utilizing those funds. So I think we have to keep this open until that project's completed. I might be wrong about that, but that was all part of this emergency resolution during that storm event. And if we have to keep that ongoing, that bridge probably won't be replaced for about 1.5 years because it's going to take us 6 months to proceed through the environmental process, another 3 months to bid, and then 8 or 9 months to build the bridge. So
you're going to keep seeing the bad penny.
I think so.
So is it until it's fully funded and fully repaired? Is that is
Yes.
that what it is? Okay.
Typically.
So that way, in case anyone challenges the continued ongoing emergency, that's why we're doing that.
I would be more concerned with us not having it on and then having to respond for the full reimbursement or getting reimbursed later. That's the bigger concern for
So
staff.
it's more of
and
an
why it's on.
economical reason why then we're having this on here because
Big
it
money.
hasn't been fully funded.
It's big money. Yeah.
Okay, yes, and I understand that 2.3 million, okay. And that was just kind of just a comparison to 2.13, so I have no problem with the damaged trees, get her done. Because when the rain comes and we know how the flow with, burnt scars and so forth, it could be worse than the actual fire itself. So I pull my withdrawal for both 2.12 and 2.13, so I'll go ahead and move that we adopt per staff recommendation, both 2.12 and 2.13.
I did have a quick question on
Sorry?
2.13, if that's okay. Can
Oh,
we
yes, you did. I'm
we can do
sorry.
both at the same time? Okay. Just wondering if we can possibly use any alternative funding or if there's any potential emergency funding of any kind available considering the nature of that incident?
We did explore that briefly. We spent maybe a half a day looking into alternate sources, but we couldn't determine any. Essentially, it's as Supervisor Gonzalez mentioned, there's the trees that are recently burnt from. To answer your question, we couldn't find an alternative source of funding. So.
Okay. And there's no other means of,
We'll keep looking.
Okay.
We'll talk
All
to
right.
California
even if it's
associates.
retroactive, I mean.
We'll look. We'll keep looking.
So, can you please restate your motion? I apologize, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Just go ahead and to approve both 2.12 and 2.13 per staff recommendation.
I'll second it. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. And I believe that brings us to the end of the consent agenda. We have the Geologic Hazard Abatement District. Is there an ETA on this? Should be pretty quick.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah. Go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead and open it up. Go ahead and yeah.
All right, we'll close the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors and open up the Geologic Hazard Abatement District meeting. So item number 3.1, the board will adjourn as the Board of Directors of the San Benito Geologic Hazard Abatement District. And can I please get an acknowledgement of certificate posting, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. Public comment? Can we please ask for public comment?
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comment.
Great. Then we'll move on to 3.2, the consent agenda. Does anybody have any thoughts or anything they'd like to mention about the action minutes, essentially? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve the action minutes of the April 26, 2022 meeting.
Second?
Second.
All right, we have first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that's 4-0. And on to 3.3, discuss options for staff in the GHAD, which is required by law we're required by law to staff positions of clerk and treasurer. Steve?
Our CEO will bring up a very brief presentation, and while he's doing that, for the GHAD Board of Directors today for your consideration. Over the past few months, we've discussed options on whether or not we want to utilize county staffing to provide also the staffing for the GAD, and specifically the first two positions that are required by law to be staffed are the GAD clerk and the GAD treasurer. And the Promontory project is getting very close to a state where they'll be wanting to sell their homes. And so in order to do that, they'll need a GAD clerk and a GAD treasurer to start processing the collection of those fees, the assessments. Now, the two things on that, just as to maybe as a reminder, the GAD is revenue neutral. The county does not pay for a penny of any of the GAD staffing or activities. It's all built into those assessments. And so then the decision becomes, do we want to staff those positions with our county staff or third party? And so I'm talking to our internal county staff and their extremely busy schedules. We've decided, and this previous board has said it's okay to reach out to third parties for that effort. And so on that note, we've done some research in conjunction with a consultant to obtain their recommendations. And so just real quick, the GAD clerk, some of the activities that the clerk will provide to this board is just the maintenance of documents, GAD records. They'll start to attend these GAD meetings, which maybe are quarterly, approximately. They'll be very infrequent, maybe 2 or 3 times a year. We'll be having these GAD meetings in the future. They'll actually draft the agendas, record the meeting minutes, and perform similar functions as our current clerks here perform. So that's the GAD clerk. And then the treasurer will actually, they implement an investment policy for the assessments. They try to, according to the gentleman I spoke with that I'll mention in a moment, his investments try to stay ahead of the cost of inflation, so that we're always slightly ahead of the costs that were projected for the project. And he will be providing quarterly updates to the board of directors on the value of the funds that are accumulated and how those funds are doing. And so on that note, just for your consideration today, to reach out prior to the next meeting on October 11th, and I've placed a couple phone numbers here. You can reach out to those folks. I've been provided with a couple extra phone numbers that I'll send to the supervisors in an appropriate manner, so that other supervisors aren't, or board of directors, GAD directors are not talking to other GAD directors. But there'll actually be a second set of phone numbers provided as well. But Nadia Costa, she's actually currently on the board of directors for the California GAD Association. She is a lawyer since, I think it was 2001. But one of her specialties is actually GAD clerk services, and she has a team that does that for her, and she leads that team. But so yeah, she's actually on our state board of directors for GADs, so she's very involved in GADs. And then the treasurer, who I spoke with, Dave, he has 10 years of experience with GAD funding. He, as I noted, will provide quarterly statements to the GAD, and as we spoke, he's has a goal and has a good success rate of keeping his rates of return on GAD assessments and funding that he's been managing. They mostly have been outpacing inflation, and he's had a lot of success as GAD treasurer. So those are our two recommendations. So our encouragement as staff is to reach out to those folks. Again, you'll probably be interacting with them 2 or 3 times a year. Even the quarterly, statements you can just send via email. But you will be interacting with them, so we recommend you reach out to them. And if for some reason, via email, you decide as GAD board of directors that maybe you want us to outreach to other folks, we do have a couple sort of alternatives for both of those positions. So hopefully by the 11th, we'll have some direction one way or another. And that's the end of the presentation.
Great. We went to public comment,
Yeah,
I believe.
please, yeah.
Questions or comments from the board? My only comment is the treasurer staying ahead of inflation. That's pretty big. Is that Jim Cramer or? Just wondering. So yeah, anything else on that? No. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
A public comment.
Oh.
I don't think we've done public comment.
Oh, I thought I just asked that. Sorry about that. No. Can we go to public comment, please?
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
All right, back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
So on the agenda itself, it's not asking us for a motion to approve, but I see there's 2 positions. So do we just kind of?
Oh, yeah.
It's just for your consideration to reach out before, the next meeting, and hopefully if the board is amenable to those positions, they'll have a resolution to adopt those positions during the next meeting. So it's just.
So there's
these are the two
consensus on
folks.
the board to
reach
go
out?
forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're
Okay.
good then. Okay, all right. I think we're ready to adjourn that meeting, and then we'll reopen the regular board meeting just for adjournment, I believe. So the last thing we were going to do here, though, is to a moment of silence and close the meeting in honor of Pauline Valdivia, who for decades was centrally involved in our senior services in the community and as a leader on the Hollister City Council. So I would just ask for a moment of silence for Pauline Valdivia. All right. Can I entertain a motion to adjourn?
Also move.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All approved, 4-0. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you.